Second camera malfunction. What's up, guys? I hope you're having a good day today. I'm about to do a little leg workout with Mookie. Let's go. Camera malfunction. Alright, that's good. Woo! That was a good little workout. Switch camera. There we go. Okay. Whew. How you guys doing today? It's another beautiful day. To dust we return. Welcome back to the stream. I love your name. It's the best. J35, astronaut. Hard shot. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You appreciated yesterday's stream? You know, sometimes I don't know what I'm gonna talk about when I come on a stream, but yesterday I just felt like that message was just, I had been thinking about that for a while, and I mean, I wasn't like thinking hard about it, just, you know, I was always kept coming back to me, so I felt like I had to share it. All right. So yesterday, where we left off in the application was I was coding. I got Mookie into the application. So once you enter in a fear state, so say if you're like lonely or something like that, then Mookie gets added into a meditation. So like a couple days ago, I added Mookie so that he jumps up when you're in a positive state of mind. He like jumps up and gives you a little thumbs up like that. which is super cool. But if you're feeling down and you're sad and you're having a bad day, like you're feeling lonely or something, then I don't want Mookie to be coming in like jumping up like, yeah, great, you know, like life is great, I'm feeling lonely. Like that's probably not the right vibe, right? So I added him in there so he does a little meditation pose like that. I actually like the meditation much better than the jumping up thumbs up thing. He just rendered back better. The lighting is better. You see it? So it's a little bit longer. I think I could probably shorten it, but anyways, I think that's looking good from yesterday. What I want to do today is work on the friends section because I want to create a way to communicate through this app, or at least set up times a day where communication is like scheduled with the person that is your partner inside the app, like who's beside you, because this app is meant to be done together with somebody like you really trust. And when I launch this app, I want to connect with at least 3 of you guys, and I'll be your accountability partner like inside of the app. And so I want to create a way to communicate, so there's an easy way we can just message each other and schedule, like I want us to be able to schedule like a call to talk on the phone. And currently all it is I can just view someone else's day and like what they recorded, and that's what you can view, your friend and stuff. So why are you breathing so hard? Because I just got done working out. I just did a leg workout. You missed it. Welcome to the stream. Because I actually work out and I don't just do like 10 push-ups. No, I'm just kidding. I try to get a real workout in while I'm streaming. Like actually, I don't even go to the gym after I'm done streaming most times. Sometimes if I don't do enough sets though during the stream, like sometimes I'll start off working out and then I get super focused on what I'm creating, and then after that I have to do a workout because I get so focused. But anyways, I need to vibe code a timer, and there's this cool timer that Motion sent me in the chat. He sent me this timer called let me load it real quick so you guys can see. It's pretty cool. Maybe we could vibe code it, because it won't let me buy it. It's like only available in Canada or something. Jester 2. No, Jester. Jest timer 2. This is it. Check this out. You drag this thing down and it like just gives you like a time as you drag. And it says like go download it on the App Store, right? So I click it because I'm like, I'll get this, right? $7, whatever. Like I'll support other developers, you know? But then when I do that, it doesn't even let me buy it. I don't think it's available in the US or something. You guys ever run into issues like that? Is the music too loud or no? Let's turn it down a little bit. Alright. So, because of that, maybe we can vibe code this. It looks pretty simple. Let's do Shift Command. I think I could record my screen while I'm live streaming. Let's try. You already did your workout prior to the stream. What did you do today? Price. Welcome back to the stream. Alright, so I'm just recording this to see if I can vibe code it. It won't let me get it. I would buy it, but whoops. I accidentally did that. Dude, what is happening? Alright, there we go. There we go. Okay. Such a simple little tool. I just randomly was like, you know what? We need this. I need this. Oh my gosh, you could hear me literally talking in the microphone in this video. So for anyone who's new here, my application is called Lani Day, which means Heavenly Day. It's for increasing awareness of action, space, and fear of love. This is the main purpose of it is to capture the current moment. What am I doing, and why am I doing it? The core reasons why. So it starts off capturing actually a feeling, because a feeling without energy, what's gonna push us into being motivated, right? Without any feeling at all, with just nothing, no energy, energy-less. Well, then what direction do I take from there? And it's interesting because I noticed as I was sitting in silence that these feelings that I was having are just so powerful in the reason behind why am I doing what I'm doing, right? Like when you're lonely, like that's a strong feeling that's going to push you into an action, right? So it's very interesting to connect the action and the feeling in this moment, and also the energy level I have inside the app, capturing whether I'm more relaxed and pleasant or like have a lot of energy but feel unpleasant. Like that would be more like anger. And then it's like the action I'm actually taking and then is recorded in the app. And after I record this information over time, right, because every action is either based in, is all the feelings that I've noticed and the words to describe a feeling, they come back to a core state of mind. One of the state of minds that I realized is disconnected. One of the states of mind is connected. One is fear, one is love, and I noticed this. And inside of the ledger, it allows me to see over time, while I'm doing this action, coding, or while I'm doing whatever I'm doing, how often am I acting based off of fear or acting based off of love? And that's what the app starts to help you do, is increase awareness of action, space, and fear of love. That's what this app is for. And today I'm going to be working on the accountability portion of the app, because somebody who's really close to you, you know, someone who's a close friend, not just like a friend who's just like a random person you see every once in a while. No, I'm talking about a close family member, or like even like a parent that you feel really close with, or a friend of just anyone who's really close to you in your life, or you just feel like you can be like real like honest with this person. Like if I was in there as your accountability partner to help you, then that's what this who's beside you is for. It's about doing this with somebody who's also on the same path as you, trying to understand yourself more deeply. The reason I needed this was because I fell into a depression and I didn't understand why. I had been working out, I had been eating healthy, and I had been doing most of the things on the outside that looked like I was fine, but ultimately what led to was I led myself into a depression. I didn't understand how I did that. And it was because I was living in loneliness, disconnection, stress, worry, and all this stuff. And I had this hope that one day I would be free and living, being able to feel this sense of peace. But it wasn't happening. And years were going by in my life, years and years, and I couldn't understand why I kept feeling like life is getting worse and worse and I'm falling into this meaningless existence. How did that happen to me? while I'm working out every day, eating healthy, working on my business, I have happy customers and everything. And it's like, what happened? What happened? Because I didn't realize I had been existing inside of fear and disconnection. And so this application is exactly what I needed to allow myself to not fall into that trap. And so that's what this is. That's what we're creating here. And that's what I'm doing. And hopefully I can find the person out there in the world who's in the position that I once was in, and this app will help them out. So that's why I'm creating this for other people. It's not about me. It's about helping someone who's similar to me. And what I realize is, at the core being of who we are not different. We are the same. And that is what I have figured out. And not just because it's an idea, but because I look at life without an idea to try to understand the truth of what's happening. I don't want to see an idea. I want to see the truth. That's all I'm interested in doing. And so I built this Shepherd CLI tool right here, right? Coding is awesome, but understanding life is weird. This mind right here, let me go full screen. This mind right here is what created the computer, the human mind. It's the most complex thing. So we can understand how to code, we can understand how to make an app or do this or that. That's elementary. That's easy. This is a toy. Our minds are the most powerful thing that we are in control, that we have access to control in a deep way. And so to hold this sword that has two edges, the mind which is a double-edged sword, which can turn and stab me. Can I wield my own mind? Because I'm trying to learn how to wield the sword, which is this code, right? I'm trying to learn how to wield this computer and be in control of it. But can I do the same thing with my own mind? Life, can I see the truth of life, and can I be my fullest self, my best potential, like a kid enjoying life, playing free, creative? Can I be the highest version of myself in this life? And yes, I'm learning I'm teaching the computer to do what I want it to do, and I'm coding, and I'm getting better at coding every day, even though I've been coding for over 10 years of my life. But in the end of the day, I'm most interested in understanding life. And it's interesting because the people who understood life were the ones who could figure out how to mold these wires into this computer. People who really looked at life and said, what's the truth? How does this stuff actually work? How does this material work? How does that work? How does this work? People who are trying to understand life, they created the computer because they had a deep understanding of how things worked. And what's interesting is the highest form of computing is trying to outsource our brains into it. We're trying to store memories into the computer, knowledge into the computer, which is what our brains do, right? So we're taking our brains, which is the most powerful thing in our bodies, and complex system in our body, right? And we're trying to outsource that like into a machine. Like imagine if we made a robot that had a hand and it could do like what our hand does. It's like, okay, we made that robot do what our hand does. Well, now the computer is what we're trying to make the computer do what our minds do. Understand English so I can code via English. I don't have to type the code out. You know, store all my memories for me in the form of videos and pictures. You know, store all of human knowledge for me. So I don't have to have all human knowledge up here, but we have it right here in this computer. So what people have been doing is trying to outsource this brain. But what makes you as an individual different from this computer that stores information? Because my mind can store information. I can have memories of the past. I can have knowledge of how to code. I could have knowledge of how to speak English or write or or paint or do this or sing and dance or play basketball and do this. I have the skills. I have all these skills, this knowledge and this information inside my brain. But what makes my brain different from this computer? Actually, what's the truth of that? And this is what I'm most interested in being and doing in life, is to be a full-fledged human being at my highest potential. And one thing I have to do is I can't be stuck in any delusions. I can't be stuck inside of anything that's going to make me separate from what I am, because in that separation I feel lonely. In that separation I am afraid. But when I look at life and I say, I am what I see, but I don't just say it, I don't just think it, it's not knowledge. Because it's one thing to have knowledge. I could tell the computer, you are this world, you are this life. I could say that and it's like, yes, I am this life. And the robot of this computer, this AI, could tell me that it is this life. And there is no separation. But what's the difference between the computer and me? Because I can feel it. Can I look at life without a thought? Can I look at life without any past memory? And what do I feel? Gosh, it just gets me so energized because I just see it. I see it so clearly. I am what I see, and separation was never meant to be. I am what I see, and separation was never meant to be. It's created inside of my mind. Can you look at the view without a thought? Okay. I'm hyped up today, guys. So I have a lot of energy today. It's a bit different than yesterday, but that's okay. Alright, so if any of you guys didn't see the stream yesterday, I would highly recommend doing it. It was a Sunday stream, chill, relaxed. It was a good conversation. Today, I'm getting into the action of trying to share the truth and to increase awareness of people who might be stuck in misunderstanding, or which is ultimately going to lead to disconnection, fear, and loneliness and everything when we're misunderstanding who we are, right? Because when I equals you and me, then I no longer can see the separation. Okay, so here's the thing. I really want to figure out how to get this friends thing to more built out. Okay, so let's get to work now. I went on a bit of a monologue right there. Humble Buffalo says, I've realized the older that I get, that everyone deserves to come along with us. Anyone left behind still costs us indirectly. So why not bring everyone to the best of their abilities? That's what I'm talking about. Let's go, Humble Life Skills. What a comment. What a beautiful comment. Thank you for writing that. I appreciate that. There's no point in any of us being left behind, guys. Let's try to work together to understand the truth, to move outside of separation. There's no point in feeling alone when we could be connected. But to be honest, I noticed that it's such a difference between knowledge. The knowledge, reading a book and information doesn't always translate to the internal state of being as a human being. Because we are existing with beyond all knowledge. We're born into the world knowledgeless. You see, AI is born into the world. It only understands the world if you give it all the knowledge, and then it starts to remotely sound smart. But human beings work the opposite way. We are given no knowledge, and we're fully functional, almost at our best, highest. When we're born into the world like a child, we're like the perfect being at that point. Like I want to be more like a child. I want to be playing, free, the most creative, seeing life as new again. I want to feel that connection and that love like as a child felt. Like, you know what I'm saying? We want to be like a child and be less like a computer. We want to be out. I want to look at life without a thought, without knowledge, because what happens when I need to go. I'm going on a tangent. If I stay stuck in my ideas, my memories. Say I walk into a park and I see the park and I'm like, wow, this is a beautiful park. Look at the mountains. Look at this. Look at all this stuff. This is a beautiful landscape. But then I walk back there again and again and again and again. And then eventually I start to be like, I already know. I've already seen this. Now I'm stuck in the memory. I'm stuck in the knowledge. I'm stuck in my brain is walking past the beauty and not seeing it new again. It's just seeing it as something old. What once I saw the beauty in, and now I see it as something old. Because maybe I went to that park and somebody broke my heart in the park. Somebody left me in that park. And now all I can see is the sadness and separation. I can just see the pain inside of the beauty, and then I slowly become turning like a rock because I'm stuck in the. Imagine if I get stuck in those experiences of pain, and I cannot escape to see life as new again, like a kid. I don't want to be stuck in my knowledge and my memories of the past. I want to be like a kid and see life as new again in the beauty of everything around me. You know what I'm saying? So all I'm saying is we're the opposite of AI and computers. So I want to be a full-fledged human being, and my application is directly about help. This is what would help me understand how I fell into a depression. Is I needed to understand why I was acting off of fear, guys. Because here's the thing: if I go into here and I recognize what is the actual feeling I'm feeling right now, like am I just super excited and interested? Interested is an interesting one, because interested, I feel like I can just feel creativity just seeping in right through that word interested. And I feel, and love and creativity and freedom, you know, those are all just like being at peace, free, and creative and interested. I mean, geez, imagine how powerful that if you're feeling that way. Imagine what you would create. You know what I mean? I think I feel like that a lot, actually. And that's what got me to this point of creating this application, is because I've been so interested in life and feeling free to not be stuck in any ideas about what this person said or what that person said, or what, you know, not be stuck in any ideas. I'm dyslexic, so I didn't read that much growing up, but I like to look at life and try to learn just by living. And because of my interest, I realized that, wait a minute, all of these feelings, this feeling of peace and relaxed and feeling connected and enjoying, and this enjoyment in all of this stuff is one state of mind that's based in love. It's all based in love. And all of these feelings are expressions. They're like different types of flowers in different colors that are just growing off of the same tree, which is love. And then there's this second tree that's growing. It's like it almost feels like in my brain there's like this root, and then there's this tree that goes into two, it goes almost into two branches, and the other one is fear. And there's 1,000 ways to describe fear. If I'm stressed out, if I'm angry, if I'm sad, depressed, lonely, rejected, if I'm feeling this internally, ashamed. Imagine you just feeling internally ashamed. This is all fear. This is the state of fear. And there's all these manifestations of it. And when I'm existing inside of this fear, where's the creativity? Where does the creativity go? The freedom. Where's the connection? Because when I'm disconnected, it's a completely different state as being connected. There's two states that are happening inside of my mind, and there's 1,000 different ways to describe these states of mind. And I'm the reason why I'm so confident in seeing this is because I spent the last 2 years just in this state of like this, guys. Pause the music. This is the state which I sat in for 2 years. I'm gonna just do it right now. And every single time that I had a feeling or a thought or anything come up, I'd recognize it. What's motivating me to move? Why am I getting up out of that position to go do something? Why am I feeling this way? Why am I feeling that way? And so, because I did that, I started to see how my mind was operating. And that's where this app, and that's why I'm creating this app now, because this is what I needed to understand when I was living inside of my depression. Okay, so let's start working on the app. I know I've been kind of talking about what the app is, and I've been just super hyped out recently, or since I started streaming. So, OX Alpha is overloaded right now? Yeah, it seems to be overloaded all the time. What is the cling thing of the agents? How does it work? The CLI thing right here is Shepherd. It's a way to easily drop into folders on your computer and spin up agents inside of that folder, whatever agent you want. I can just type in who, and then whatever agent I want to put into that folder, I can execute a command really easily. And then I can enter my command right here. So I just type in, hey, what's up? And then it sends that command over to that specific directory, and it loads into this window right here. So I'm about to do it right now. The changes I want to make in the app are like I had them earlier. This is what I want to vibe code later for fun, because I want a little timer to remember and remind me to work out. So let me go into my whatchamacallit updates for the app. I was taking screenshots earlier because I was just trying to see this. I want to update this. I don't want this character right here. Good morning, Billy. Add a blank page. I need all this to be changed right now. So let's load into here. I want to update the page when there's no actions on the page. There's currently an image of a character and it says a blank page. What are you living right now? Even the rest counts. Even the resting counts. You're never doing nothing. I would just say, I just want to remove all that and just make it not even a box. Like right now it's showing a box if the page is empty, and I just want it to be currently just make it nothing at all. Yeah, just make it nothing at all. I feel like I might want to make it might want to make it Mookie maybe, like an outline of him. But keep the good morning and the ledger button and everything, just everything underneath that. When there's no actions or anything saved, then just make it empty. Yeah. Okay, so the other thing that I was working on today, guys, was the other thing I started working on is I want to get this shepherd into a GUI instead of being just a TUI CLI. I mean, it runs inside of the terminal window, this shepherd, but what I want to do is I want to code out an actual GUI interface to interact with this interface, and so I'm going to be working on that too today as well. In the login flow of the app, when it's asking for your name and it says whose book is this, I want to remove this and just say and what's your name, and then I want to remove the character completely and make sure that the input field is the same height as the phone number. When entering the phone number, it's in the same position. So this is the login flow. That's specifically in this login flow right here. So if I zoom in to that brain, if I zoom into this brain and then go into the login flow, then I enter my phone number and enter my code. It acts like this right here, but you see how it's slightly low, or no, wait, it's not actually slightly lower. I think the code is actually slightly higher. Yeah. Okay, quit out of this. Now I want to do the friends page. I want to make the friends page how do you Yoself says, how do you plan on marketing the app when you release it? I don't know, I have a bunch of ideas, but there's, I mean, you know what I mean. I did a business before this, so I have learned a lot about different ways to share what you're working on with the world. And so what I would probably do is just keep talking about it. But the thing is if you want business advice, I would recommend going to Alex Hormozi's YouTube channel. He's like the go to all business advice. So if that's what you're looking for. But I created my previous business by hand. I coded everything myself, and also that was B2B business. So it was all about communication. So what we did in that previous business was we would just communicate with people. That's literally how simple it was. Just calling people on the phone. Just saying hi, how you doing today? Talking to them, going up to people, meeting people. That's literally what we did. So I would, if you're doing a B2B thing, that's probably the best thing to do. Like genuinely meet people and genuinely just be a good person, and over time, whatever you're creating, share with those people, and simple as that. And it's the same thing with life. You can do the same thing too on social media. Just go on social media and share what you're doing, and the more people you share it with, the more people that know about it, and it's pretty simple. I think that's how simple it is, actually. You could get complicated, and you could make it complicated if you want to, but just keep talking about it. Yeah, meet new people and just keep talking about it. It's about as simple as that. So I really want to vibe code this timer. I think it would be really cool to have on my computer. I kind of want to download it, but it's just a bummer I can't download it. I don't know if Motion's in the stream right now, but he was the one who recommended this to me, and for some reason it's only available in Canada, so can't even get it. Kind of a bummer. This is a thing I was looking up for Shepard's graphical user interface. So what's up, Kachi? All right, so I think people in the business world try to make things super complicated, and I try to make things simpler. Yeah, I'd rather go the simple route than the complicated route of understanding. I think when life is dwindled down, it becomes simpler and simpler and simpler, and easier and easier and easier, and then I just become more in the state of love and playing like a kid, and then I'm free. I'm the most creative, and it's interesting because I think languages make things really complicated. Okay, so what I'm doing right now, for anyone who's dropped into the stream and just got here, what I'm doing right now is I'm converting Shepherd into a graphical user interface because I want to add some features that are not possible inside of the CLI tool. So this is becoming limiting, and I don't want to be limited. So we're gonna use the CLI tool and run it as a daemon in the background on my computer, and then I'm gonna create this GUI, and then what I want to do is I want the CLI tool to still be able to access everything that the GUI can access, so I could run the CLI and log in like see my agents and see what they're doing inside of here. I need to update Claude real quick, but I could run my let me open up a new tab here. you know what I mean? I want to be able to access my agents in a bunch of different ways, but I want them to all be running inside of a background session that I can access. Why did it just remove a bunch of... Oh, it removed a bunch of old installations or something? Disabling behavior. Reason why I'm looking at this is because this is interesting. This is new. This is new right here. Usually this doesn't come up in an install. There's one update overnight, so let's read this prompt. This prompt is specifically about the login flow of the app and what's your name. This is something I just updated in the app. So let me relaunch the app real quick in the simulator. I finally figured out why I was getting this build fail. Kachi says, Billy, why not use Hermes? Never know how to pronounce it, but Hermes, I think it's called. I thought about it. I definitely thought about it. Ethan, sending love. Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, were you here yesterday's stream at all? Still, he probably is. Oh. What are your opinions about an app that helps people who want to move to a different country? It's called Movement. I'm building it. T140S. It's up to you. If it gets you excited to wake up in the morning. Ethan, I would recommend that you definitely check out yesterday's live stream. It's a Sunday stream. It was chill, calm, and I feel like probably one of the better conversations, but one of the better live streams I've had since I started live streaming. It's a short live stream. Definitely worth it. If I'm ever like offline and you're looking for something, I would recommend that right there. Yesterday's live stream. I'm really grateful for what we decided to talk about together and the path that we went down. And it's interesting because it's a synergistic conversation. You know, I'm interacting with you guys as I'm talking. I'm reading what you guys are saying, and even though I might have the topic of conversation, I might have my response. I have a certain response to whatever someone says, right? Which is unique. But if someone didn't say XYZ thing then I might not have went down that route or went down that conversation. So it's like a synergistic conversation, and that's really why I love being live, is because it allows me to go down the path that you guys want to go down, talk about what you guys want to talk about, and then it makes it unique. Versus like if I'm just here by myself and I'm making a video that's pre-recorded, then I just end up talking about whatever I want to talk about, you know, which is good too, but that's like my pre-recorded videos. So, you know, both have benefits and drawbacks. Wait, I need to see what I want to see in this is the height differences of the so wait, I gotta like right here, put the phone number in and enter. See how that goes a little bit higher? I don't like that. So I'm gonna fix that. And then this goes a little bit lower. Okay, so let's update the actual app to be the same exact level. I want to update the login flow where you're entering the phone number and then the code and then your name, but everything should be at the same level. So currently when I go from phone number to entering the code is like a little bit higher, those inputs, and the button's a little bit higher up, and even the title. And so what I want to do is make sure that everything is on the same exact line, like height, and I want it to be perfectly centered from, you know, the top of the title to the bottom of the blue button, and then I want it to be centered in that. And I think if I were just eyeballing it, I'm not sure if I'm right, but it looks like the code that's sent from the phone is actually more centered. But either way, that's what I want updated. Yes, and if for anyone wondering, I'm a bit of a perfectionist. I do make very micro changes to my app because I'm trying to make it the way that I would make it if I were to code it myself, because I'm a developer, and if I were coding this myself, I would make that change. You know, I would make sure that that is the same exact level every time. Even though it works perfectly and it will be fine, it just doesn't look professional, because as a person who codes, like, it takes a long time to change the position of something, or it doesn't take a long time, but it's like, you know, I have to type it in and make the changes. So I wouldn't make those buttons be different heights. I would make them be the exact height. And I think that these micro changes are what makes an app like made by a person versus made by some AI slop. Because AI slop kind of looks like buttons and text gets all disformed, and things look a little bit sloppy. And so I don't want anything to be sloppy in my app at all. I want it to be a professional application, and so that's why I make sure to look at my code, make sure to look at every aspect of my app, and not to just say, you know what, that works, so I'm done. T4 Gene, what's your workflow? I want to recreate it. How do I are you using Git work trees? What's Shepherd? Sorry, I'm new here. Vibe coding. I love this stream, by the way. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, so for anyone who's curious and dropping into the stream, I vibe coded this CLI tool called Shepherd, and it allows me to spin up agents and open up the agents and see what they're doing, and also like quit out of agents and stuff like that. Heartflow redesign, like this agent right here, can remove it easily. But anyways, if I type in the chat, I'm gonna type in the chat so you can see like first all the tools that I have installed for this. But the only thing that's not available right now is Shepherd. Currently is not so it's not on GitHub yet. So sorry, my headphones are loud. Is the music too loud, or is that just me? Okay, so now when there's no actions on the page, it should be empty. I'm gonna have to check that out tomorrow though, because I don't want to delete all the actions for today. All right, guys, so let's get to work. So I'm just thinking about how I would design this. So if I have friends list in my partner section and I click into them, I have this, you know, the profile circle up in the corner that when I click on it, it does nothing. And then it says you're viewing Marx's day. So I need to add a way to send a message. So I probably would do it up here in this corner, I think. That probably would be the best. Click message right there, yeah. And then in the messages section is where I also could schedule a call. That's what I would do. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, so here's the plan. I want to create a plan to update the friends section of the app. So, you know, where it says who's beside you, your circle. I actually want to remove the your circle title completely and move the actual list of people up towards the invite by phone number button. And I want it to also be, I wanted to say, instead of invite by phone number, I wanted to say search or enter phone number. And then when I click into an actual friends page, I want to remove this section that says you're viewing Marx's day. It's, you know, this little circle that's right above list view and calendar view. Just remove that. That's unnecessary. And then what I want to do is I want to add a little bubble, like a little icon that looks like a chat bubble in the bottom right corner of the circle where it's displaying the color of the person in the letter inside their name. This is the upper right corner of the friends page. When I click on their actual when I click on their profile, it's going to open up a full page that is where I can you know, the circle of their M will show up full screen at the top, so you'll be able to see their like, if it was a profile image, it would be their profile image, but then below would be the conversation. So this would be a way to chat with the person, and then also there will be a button to like schedule a notification for a call. So this will send a notification to you and your partner in the app at the same time, so that you guys both like are like, oh, this is the time we set up for a call. So this would be a place where you would set up a dual notification with each other, and each of you would have to confirm this notification. So I would like request to set a notification at XYZ time, and then the other person would confirm that notification, and then at that time you'll both get notified. And you could set the notification to notify you like an hour earlier than the phone call if you want to. So you could be like, notify me an hour earlier than this time or whatever. But that would be a personal setting that you would set just for yourself. But yeah, you would both agree the time of the call basically. And then there would be and then there's just a way to message each other underneath that. So, and actually now that I'm thinking about it, I want to take that full profile picture, or the circle with the color and the letter in it that's currently in the app. It's at the top in the center, but let's move that to just stay in the top right corner, exactly the same location as it is when viewing their page in the actions. So these are the changes that I want to implement right now, and I want to just get a plan of action for this before executing. And the main thing I want is just how the messaging back and forth works. That's what I want to talk about. So if we can just brainstorm this for a second, that would be helpful. Okay, that was a long prompt, but this is a kind of an important feature, so like a little bit necessary to be a long prompt. Because ultimately what I want to do is I want to open myself up to connecting with 3 people and being 3 people's accountability partners in the app. So we can we can message each other in the app. We can set up a time to like call each other. And I think that would be super cool. So that's why I'm doing that. And then also I think it would allow for anybody else who's doing this with their friend or whatever, they can do the same thing with each other as well. So it makes it super easy to, because like if you're doing it with your friend, you don't necessarily need a place to chat, right? But if you're doing it with somebody else, like say me or someone else, like imagine like doing it with someone else, you know, who's not like your like close friend who you talk to every day, then it's just a good place to at least have a place to communicate, you know. That's like my thought process of it, because if I'm doing this with my best friend, then we're just gonna chat and text message and call each other on the phone. But if I'm doing this with someone who's not my close friend, but I'm working with them like professionally, you know, then there may need to be a place to chat and talk to them, because there's also opportunity for this to be done with someone professionally, like, because this is an app that's might be something that you don't want to do with your friend. Like for each individual person, it's going to be different. Some people might be like, yeah, I'll do this with my friend, but some people are going to be like, no, I'd rather work with someone like professionally who understands this and is like basically has a full understanding of what this app is about and the purpose of it, and can support me or whoever in like an actual beneficial way versus just like some other person. That's why potentially this who's beside you section might turn into a place where there's actual people that I work with directly, like, because I'm not gonna have as much time to connect with people, but maybe I'll have people who help me to also be accountability partners, and we work directly side by side so that we can have multiple people in here like being accountability partners for people who like actually like want to help. And so it's like a way, it's almost like a way to connect with somebody who's like actually gonna help you out, versus just a friend who might be like, yeah dude, whatever dude, like I don't even care, you know. Because if you have a friend who's not like on board with this, then you're not gonna have an accountability partner. And it's really crucial to have an accountability partner, I think, in life in general. And so, and since this is such a personal thing, like this is a personal thing, like you're sharing in the app like how you feel and like why you're doing what you're doing. If you're having a crappy day, you know, like I'm like friggin' ashamed. Like you're not, like you may not have a friend you feel like you can talk to about feeling ashamed about something. But if you have somebody who's professionally helping you, then you might be more open to be like talking about what you're going through. And that's why I potentially might want to connect with people who are like actually professionals in the, like, they can be in the app and you can connect with them and work with them directly one-on-one. So that's why I need a way to have this section there needs to be a communication channel in this section. You guys see what I'm saying? Architectural, this isn't a copy change. Okay. What I found asking for a friends list view. This is just the initial plan of this. What I'm trying to do. Claude is still down. Claude is down right now? I just used it a second ago. You stress tested OX Alpha, it's very weak for coding. I coded this with OX Alpha. You guys want to see what I made? This is the other day for anyone who wasn't here. Let me run this in the, wait, I have to open up a new project. Let me go back. Let me do where, and let's load in my OX Alpha game that I made. This is fun. And then let's just do I want to should I open it with OX Alpha, or is it gonna take a while? No, let's just do this. Yo, what's up? Just need this agent to be spun up real quick. Okay. Okay, I just need to spawn up real quick so I can be in the folder, and then I think that's all. Oh, whoops, I accidentally spelled that wrong. Wait, let me pull this into VS Code real quick. I want to see what the actual, oh, this is just npm run start. Oh, 8.7 is already in use. Can you figure out where this application is being hosted on localhost, and then spin up a new localhost for me? Thank you. Or actually, just can you shut it down? I think it's port 8765. I have it already hosted somewhere, and what happens is I had quit out of an agent that loaded it in the background in a background task. And so it was still running in a background task somewhere, and then the agent just left it. So I'm having Claude looking for it right now. So now I should be able to npm start this up and have it running on this localhost right here. So this is what OX Alpha vibe coded the other day when I asked it to make this game, and it's like you join in. I want to get it. We could actually technically all play this, and what I want to get it is we could actually. I kind of want to put this on Vercel so we can just join in and play it for fun real quick. But I need to get back to work on my app, so I can't be messing around all day, guys. Come on. Messing around all day. But I just wanted to show you, the reason why I pulled this up is because I want to show you that OX Alpha created this little game, and 14 people could load into it technically, and it's actually kind of cool because if you hit the white, it slows you down a lot. And so it's hard because when you're like upside down, like over here, the controls are backwards. It feels like the controls are upside down. So it makes it actually kind of complicated. And then when it finishes, it just loads another game basically. And it counts down from 30 seconds. And anybody who clicks join race can just join in. So, OX Alpha created this card game, and it's actually not bad. So, Sunset Loop Client 1. Okay, let me get back to my app though. Okay, first one, what kind of thing is a message here? You said messaging is what you want to talk about. I want real chat. I want A for real chat. Could you show quickly the paste tool you made where you click and paste summary AI, what AI did? Yeah, all you do is you go to like an agent that finished. So like here's an agent that finished recently. And then I just, when I hit Control S on my keyboard, it sends the information from whatever agent I have selected, and it sends the information back to here in this localhost website. So this is exactly what's being said inside of the agent in rich text. So if I click into the actual agent here, you can see here's the same list of tables there, but like when code's being written, it looks much nicer in here because it actually gets displayed as code blocks and colors and stuff. So it's way easier to read this over here. But I'm going to be working on an update to Shepherd, like a big update, and I'm going to be changing. I'm going to be able to access the same information inside of a graphical user interface, but I'm going to keep it the way that I want it to operate. And so that's why this is a bit of my like side project while I'm coding my application, and this is going to be available on GitHub. So what I also did though is inside of Ghostly, I changed the settings so that whenever I type in, or whenever I do the key command, option command C, it types /copy in my keyboard. So it actually immediately copies the entire response so that I can paste it in here. So if I click on this guy at the top right here, it pastes in the text. So let's clear it out so you can see there's no text here, and then I can just click this guy and it will paste it. But you see how it's all goofy? Not exactly sure why it's goofy like that, actually. There we go. Now it's better. It was because the reason why I did that was because I went like this, and when you do this inside of this window, it immediately copies that information without actually doing anything. So that's why I did that. But it's just nice because I don't have to actually go into the agent. So let's just do this right here. Clear.
Control S, switch over. Here's the information from the actual agent. And second question, how much chat furniture do you want? Furniture? Interesting word to use about chatting. I want full. I want a full real chat, like how you described, and also can you suggest me what would be the best implementation so that all of the conversation is saved and not lost, right? I want it to be able to be not lost. Is it good to communicate through like a database connection, or through like a WebSocket that saves into the database? Or I'm just trying to grasp, like, because I know for live chat it's good to have an open WebSocket, you know, but also the information needs to be saved into the database, because once the WebSocket gets closed, then you lose the information. So I'm just wondering, like, what's like, regardless of anything I'm saying right now, what's like some of the best implementations for like a chat conversation, like to be fast, real time, and also saving to the database at the same time? I wanted to search online. Or let's just ask GPT 5.6 real quick. Codex. What's the best messaging tech stack for just like a common way to open like a WebSocket or something like that, save all the messages to a database so that they're not lost? Like, I'm just trying to get the workflow of a simple messaging tool. You know, something like iMessage, but you can code it into your own app. Like, what do people usually do inside of their apps? Can you give me the tech stack? That's all I'm looking for. You don't need to code anything or change anything. I'm just looking for information right now. I just want to get two opinions. One from GPT 5.6 Sol, and one from Claude. Short answer is little question WebSocket that serves into a database. Yeah, that's basically what I said. WebSocket that serves into a database. Yo, let me read chat real quick. I need to change my sitting position. Need to make sure I sit with my legs like as far apart as possible, because I feel like whenever I do that, my back ends up being like straighter. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's way better. Oh my gosh. I need to do that more often times. Sitting with my legs out to the front is like probably the worst leg position that I possibly could be in. Whoops. TMA. Appreciate it. Every day. Hey Motion. Hey everybody. Can't chat, but I'm here. What's up, Motion? I was trying to download that gesture timer earlier and I couldn't. I think it's only available in Canada. The Gest Timer 2 thing. I was actually about to vibecode it. Thanks for stopping by for a second. Appreciate it. Okay, alright guys, so here's the thing. Let me turn this music down in my headphones, it's a little bit too loud. Ow. Alright. So I'm sorry, I need to take a break for a second. Okay, so where I left off, for anybody who's wondering, is I'm currently creating the messaging stack for the messaging stack for my application, and I want to be able to create like when I click here, I can message back and forth with the person. So let me do that real quick. And also, I want to check something out on my computer. So let me just do something real quick. Why is this always off? Okay, there we go. 1 second. There we go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay guys, alright, I'm back. Sorry, I just took a break from talking for a second because I was trying to figure out my audio settings. It was really bothering me while I was trying to talk and stuff. So now I'm back. Let me turn this down a little bit. It's a little too loud. Alright, there we go. Now, Okay, now what I want to do is I want to read the information from here. Does slash copy work inside of Codex? I think it does. Yes, it does. So it's saying frontend Next.js. This is obviously not correct because I want it to be inside of an iOS app, but that's okay. It's also saying socket.io, okay. Postgres, SQL, messaging, okay. So I understand at this point that I want to use socket.io and I want to use my Postgres database to save these messages. So let me just give that update to Claude as well. I want to, so okay, for anyone who's just dropping into the stream or isn't understanding what's going on, I'm making simple messages page inside of my app so you can message the person directly without having to like leave the app at all. And the way that I'm gonna end up doing this is just by opening up socket.io, a socket, and then saving that into Postgres SQL. And so right now I need to implement that and update the database. So I have this information right here. I don't have a place that currently does this inside of my database, so I have to actually get the plan for that too. So let's see what your deployment force is. I looked at deployment AWS MD and it decides two things. ECS rolling deployments are replaced, old tasks drain, new ones take over. Yes, exactly. So this is explaining about my AWS transfer. So eventually I'm going to transfer all of the information in the app over to AWS because everything's running locally right now. So the recommendation, WebSocket downward, HTTP upward. Interesting. Messages are read, receipts go up over post. Real systems. Next question. Confirm the transport WebSocket on the terms durable. Okay, wait. Let me make sure that it's using socket.io in this because I know there's a socket.io. There's a way to run socket.io inside of Swift, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there is. So implementations in other languages are available. And that's really crucial. Wait, let me actually see that again. Socket.io Swift client. Okay, that's what I want. Let me give this a folder to put the plan in. I think I created a folder called plans right here to put all the plans inside of. I want to create an HTML file that has the plan of action for this. So can we take this current plan and implement everything visually inside of an HTML file so I can look at it? Here's the folder where I want the plan to go into for the HTML file. And then let me just drop in this folder here. And what I want to do is I want to use socket.io, this package. And now let me just paste this package here, which I was using for Shepherd to send the information from the clients as well. But now I'm going to use it inside of my app. My iPhone app is going to use it for messaging purposes. So let's get that as well. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to encrypt the messages. I want it to be HIPAA compliant, so. Okay. What I want to do is this. I want to use Socket.io, this package, and here is the Swift. Here's the Swift GitHub SDK information, so that I could use Socket.io inside of this project. Socket.io is not getting spelled correctly when I inside of Swift. Okay. Once I get this plan executed, let me get it executed. Also, I want this messaging to be encrypted in the database so that people can't read it. The conversations needs to be HIPAA compliant in the plan. So when you're updating the HTML file, make sure to consider this in the plan. HIPAA compliancy. HIPAA compliance. Where's like all the information? I want to ask, where's the entire documentation for HIPAA compliancy located? Is it in like a file somewhere or like a page somewhere? The official regulation text for HIPAA compliant is right here. The complete information, privacy, security breaches, notifications. I wonder if they're having to update this because of AI, because now AI can, like, you know, hack into anything basically. Combination regulation text of all rules. Okay, so let's just copy this and put it into the prompt. Here is the information for HIPAA compliancy online. Okay. Bing bada boom. That was a bit of a complex prompt, but it's gonna create a plan for me, so let's go full screen so I can get a little bit of legwork out in here. Properties, bing bada boom, full screen, and let me pause this for a second. Go in here, settings, play.
Let's go, guys. Let's go. Another day. They count the blessings. No matter how difficult of life gets, no matter what the situation is, as long as I'm strong enough to see the beauty in the smallest things, if I can look at life, find what I can be grateful for, then I know I can turn around any situation. And there's always light to be found, even in the darkest room. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so give me 1 second, cause let me pause this music for a second. Just need to pause it. Get on my chill vibe. Back to the chill vibe. Back to my screen. This agent is working right now on the plan of action, matching the house style of. Okay, interesting. I want to create an HTML file. Okay. I'm getting really close to this app being finished and ready, minus the back-end work. The back-end work is still going to be something to do that might take a good amount of time, but the AWS account still needs to be set up, and a lot of that work probably will need to be done off of stream, just because it's a lot of keys and passwords and connections into back-end servers that are going to need to be it's like a bunch of information that probably can't be on stream for. So I'm gonna do a lot of the AWS stuff off stream, but I'll make sure to share with you guys the implementation and how I created everything from the backend standpoint, so you can understand and learn with me how I'm getting my application to go live and in production ready. So I want to update my current live stream information really quickly. So let me go full screen for a second, go into my live stream settings and update this to Claude 0x alpha. 1 second. Vibecoding. Enter. Save. Okay. Full screen. Back to the computer. Couldn't walk properly for weeks. A friend of mine told me if you wanted to build muscle fast, I should treat every day as leg day. Stairmaster was wicked to do before everything else. Oh, that's why you couldn't walk properly. I don't know. I think that people do that. I've heard that also. The you like to get stronger, work your legs out mindset, and I don't know. I don't know if it's true or not. I've seen some pretty strong people
But it's kind of weird when someone has really strong upper body and their legs are weak. Have you ever seen someone like that? It looks awkward. Why the music seems so loud in my headset today? Okay. Sorry, I need to focus up on my application right now. The AI model page can be updated as well. Currently, it's not implemented. I'm not exactly sure where this is going to be added into the app. But because you have this friend section, I don't even know if I really want to have AI. I don't know if I want to have like a place to talk to AI in my app actually, because I'd rather have real people connecting with real people, because this is about life and this is about increasing awareness. This is about understanding the truth, and I think that I'm not sure how I feel about having AI, because this is about human beings and connecting with human beings and seeing the truth of who you are, and I don't think it would be good to be, I don't know, I'm a little bit torn, because there's also a way to train AI on whatever you want. So I could train the AI to understand some of these things that I'm going to share inside of the section, the content section inside of the app, right? Because imagine I upload like 100 videos into the app that are talking about specific topics. Well, I could load all that information into an LLM, teach an AI about the information, and use the information in the communication. And so part of me is like, well, I definitely think that I should add an AI model to talk to, because it'll be able to pull up all the information from the videos and reference all the information that I want to share, plus anything that I could add into the LLM and teach it. Like, I could teach it a lot of valuable things that other people in the world have found to be true. And so it's a very interesting dilemma, where I want people to connect with other people in the app and have their accountability partner with a real person. I don't want people to rely too heavily on talking to AI. I think people are becoming a little bit reliant on AI in talking to AI, and so I wouldn't want that to happen. So I would probably have it I'd probably have it be a premium feature, because it would need to be a premium feature, because it costs a lot to run an LLM inside of the app. But two, it's probably good, because then only the core functionality will be there to capture the actions I'm taking, the feelings I'm having in the moment, and just to get to the core reason why I'm actually doing what I'm doing. If it's based in fear of love, that's like the core part of the app, and that's going to be free. And then some of these edge cases, like the AI model and communicating with AI inside of the app, would be like a premium feature anyway, so less people would even use that. But also, maybe if I made it so that after a while, if you were talking to it for like a long time, it would be like suggesting to call somebody to talk to them versus talking to it. because I think it would be useful for like quick questions, like asking a question to AI that was taught on the topic that I'm talking about. And then, because what if the person, like, what if, like, imagine if I'm in there as your accountability partner, and then I'm busy, like, imagine I'm busy, like, doing stuff, you know, live streaming or whatever I'm doing, and then you want to have somebody to talk to in the app that maybe you can't talk to your friend because you don't want to talk to your friend about the fact that you're feeling ashamed about something, or you're feeling angry or resentful. Maybe you don't want to talk to your friend about that, or you know what I mean? So maybe you would talk to somebody who's a professional about that, but or like someone you feel comfortable talking to about that. But if there's an AI, it at least gives you a way to interact with a LLM that's taught in the way that hopefully helps you come to seeing the truth and not to being confused into the conditioning of the world that sees everything as separate. And I think the LLMs that are currently out there are already conditioning people in certain ways. And so I don't want to create another AI to communicate with, to condition people, because I think what I'm most afraid of with AI and people using it every single day is people becoming reliant on AI to the point where they don't know how to make their own decisions because they go to AI to, you know what I mean? Imagine every time you think, should I go left or should I go right? Should I do this or should I do that? And every time you come to that crossroads in your life, you go to AI to make the decision. It's like, whoa, wait a minute. Now AI is depicting what decisions you're making in your life, and I don't really like that, to be honest. I think it's better to stop communicating with AI about life and what decision to make. I think AI is fine as a tool. It's fine, like using it to code, using it to execute complicated things on the computer so you don't have to do so much like grunt work. That's fine. I think AI is very useful in a lot of ways, but to make decisions about what to do in life I think it's a road to conformity. It's a road to everybody being the same person. Imagine if every single person went to AI to ask it what decision to make. That's a road to everybody being the same person, basically. And so that's why I am if I decide to make an AI in the app, I wouldn't want it to, like, I would want it to guide the person towards connecting with another person in certain circumstances. So like if they're asking questions about just making decisions, or if they're asking questions about trying to like be a person, or because all I want the AI to do is I want it to help somebody understand some of this content that I'm going to share in video format. So I feel like maybe it's useless. Maybe AI is useless. I need to just share all the information inside of it as content, and then not do this whole AI model training thing, because I feel like every app nowadays is putting an AI inside of their app. And since I'm most interested in understanding life and the human brain, then I don't really want AI to be, I don't know. What are you guys thinking as I'm talking about this? Is anyone thinking about anything? What's coming up for you? Do you feel like AI would be useful in these circumstances? This is about increasing awareness, seeing the truth of life. I am what I see. I'm not separated from anybody, but also I want to be able to capture the activity happening inside my mind, and then understanding why I'm falling into loneliness, understand why I'm falling into this anger or why I'm falling into this insecurity that I might be having. I think AI will be helpful for this, but I also think human beings are helpful for this. So it's a very interesting dilemma that I'm running into. No AI if you're trying to connect with people. AI is the wrong way to do it. That's what I think, Motion. What's up, Tega? I think that I'm more lenient to do no AI because I don't mind AI being here, like, you know, like transcoding the voice to text thing, like that doesn't matter because it's just transcoding what you said into JSON for the app. So that's nothing to do with anything. But to have a conversation with AI and talk about life, it does not see the truth. I think having AI in my app is literally the opposite of what I'm trying to do. It's the opposite of a human mind communicating to another human mind about life. Because what I'm trying to do is get away from AI. AI is not a human being. AI cannot see, it cannot feel and see this life. So what that means is I will have to work with people to so that each person in the app could have a partner if they don't have a friend, right? So this is what it comes down to. There's gonna be no AI in this app for a core reason, because human beings are born into this life without any knowledge, with awareness. We're born into this life with awareness, and what happens is over time we acquire the knowledge, and the way that AI is born into the world is it's given all the knowledge just to make a bad decision, right? AI has all human knowledge, the largest database set, only to then make little mistakes. And so AI needs all the information to make a decision, and a child and you and us as a human being, we come into the world as an awareness, and we have no information, but that's the intelligence. That is the true intelligence, and through that we are able to create a computer that can store the information that our mind is able to store. And we don't even need our own minds to store information, because we created a system, a computer that can store photos, videos, memories. It can store the memories, it can store the data. We outsourced our brains that store knowledge into the computer. And now where we're challenged now is to be the awareness. We're challenged to be the child again. That's what we are. That's what we were born into the world as. And so why in the world would I use AI to try to help other human beings to be that awareness? I wouldn't, because AI has no concept of that. AI has no concept of being the one who's aware without any knowledge. So it literally makes no sense in the world to have AI inside of this application. Even though human beings, we transfer what's going on in our minds through words to other people, and through the energy we share with other people, right? But so we're communicating with each other through what the computer can understand. So that's where, okay, so now that's where it starts to make sense to use AI, because then it's like, okay, well, AI is communicating in the same way that we understand, but it doesn't have the root, but it doesn't have the foundational truth of that awareness without knowledge. So even though it can communicate to human beings, like human beings communicate to themselves, it doesn't have the foundational truth of the light within us that is the awareness that allows us to create it, because we created it and it doesn't have it. It doesn't have what we are. So how can it help us? How can AI help someone increase the awareness that they were born with as a child, to not to increase it, but to allow it to bypass the things that block it, right? In theory, it will never be able to help another human being. In theory, AI will never be able to help a human being become aware. But because, you know what I mean, to see the truth of life. But if it references the information that an aware human being, if it references what someone who's aware says, and someone who's aware of the truth and how they interact with other people, it can mimic it. It can mimic that person, because it's just copycat. It's just a copycat. It's all AI is. It's just copies. I'm trying to figure out if I actually want to put AI into the app. So if somebody's listening to me brainstorming, right now I'm brainstorming whether it makes sense to put AI into my app or not. And I'm really at odds with whether or not I want to do this. It's very, very complex. Might be nice to include it for spotting trends and making recommendations. I think you're right. It might be good for accessing the data in the app and in the database to pull up information, but to have a conversation with it is another thing. Hey, what's a Shepherd? What Shepherd, is it a plugin? No, Shepherd's a CLI tool that I vibe coded to manage my agents. I'm actually working on creating a graphical user interface. But currently, that's not what I'm working on right now. I mean, that's my project that's helping me create this project and other vibe coded projects that I'm gonna work on in the future. That's like my workflow loadout, basically. And I like to vibe code it myself because I have fun with that, and I have some ideas of how I could make it even more badass, basically. Okay, so I think I don't want to go down the wrong path here. I don't want to go down the wrong path here because I already see the faults of using AI. It's not a human being. It's not actually gonna know what it's doing, or I feel like it's such a hard thing. Someone was talking about how they're putting AI into their app, and I thought, man, that's such a good idea, because AI is gonna be able to tell you everything you need to know like so fast, and then you know, it's just like you don't want to be left behind, because AI is so useful in a lot of ways. And you don't want to be left behind by someone who just decides to use AI and then it works really well. And it's like, you know what? Actually, the AI is working really well and it's doing exactly what we wanted it to do. And then you're just left behind because you didn't do it. Wasn't the AI going to be a paid upgrade because of the cost? Leave it to the user to decide. Well, I think I should just give a warning. You know what? Here's what I should do. I should include AI into the app, and I should give like a warning that's like, this AI does not have any awareness. Ultimately, it can only help you. It's limited because it doesn't have any awareness. So in the process of you learning how to become more aware of the truth and who you are, and to see the actions that you're taking, the reason behind them, just know that it is a limited tool, and to not rely on it, and to use your own mind you know, you kind of would have to say, basically don't rely on this too heavily. This is only for a quick understanding of maybe how you're feeling and how to shift that feeling. Or maybe this is a quick understanding of, it's not about asking what to do with your life or how to see the world. And it's very interesting. I think people look at AI as the answer to a lot of things. I think a lot of people turn to AI to give them the answer. Sorry guys, I'm taking a break. I'm not coding right now because I'm taking a break from coding. I'm trying to think about how to go forward from here with AI. Do not do it from the start. Focus more on the human features and the feedback tools. If people want, you might introduce it. You know what? I think you're right, George. And I think Motion's right too. Motion said the same thing. And I feel like, just based off my own intuition, I think that's the way I want to go. I don't need to, you know what I mean? Because I don't need to ask AI what I should do. Because this is what people do, okay? Or not people. I don't want to be judgmental. This is what would be. This is how people would interact with the app if they were to use it in the wrong way, right? Because this is how some people are using AI right now, is they go like this. I'm trying to figure out if I should add AI into my app, my iOS app. Should I do it or not? You know, and then they enter that into the thing. And you know, because then they're not making the decision, they're kind of using AI to make the decision. And I don't want anybody to rely on AI like that. I think it's a negative impact on the society to rely on AI like that. I can make my own decisions, you know, and I want to promote that. Okay, so let me remove this for now. We're gonna remove this for now. I don't want it to be in the original version of the app. Inside the menu, there is a AI button section, and I want that to be removed. I want to see what it says right here. I'm creating an app for increasing awareness of actions based in fear and love, but it's about understanding the human mind in a very deep way, seeing the truth of life, like who I am really. And because human beings are born into the world without any knowledge, and we have this awareness, for me, I don't see how AI is able to help with this. Even though I could teach AI what I might say to respond to somebody, or I could teach AI what someone who's seeing life very clearly, I could teach AI what that person would say, and then they could mimic a person who has a heightened sense of clarity. But I don't think that AI itself has that clarity, so how can it potentially be of any use to another human being only as a copycat of what someone else said? Do you think I should add AI into my app or not? Okay, let's see what GPT 5.6 Sol says about this. Your skepticism is well placed. Still, AI may be useful not as a source of truth, but as a mirror. It could help someone slow down and describe what happened, distinguish observable facts, interpretations, notice recurring fears, assumptions, or reactions, explore whether an action is right. So it's giving me all this information, which is useful. So see, this is why what's interesting is AI is now giving me reasons that seem legitimate why I should add it into the app. So now if I go and I add it into the app, then I made the decision to add it into the app because I got information, because I got information from the internet, or because I got information from AI. And so it makes it so interesting. Like, I don't want to be a part of pushing anyone into a direction. And this is what this app does. This AI, when used to make a decision, pushes someone into some kind of a direction, because the question itself is asking, should I go left or should I go right? But when I'm vibe coding an app, I'm just using AI as a tool to execute complex things that I would have had to code myself. I would have had to type there, I would have had to sit here and type out the code myself. But since AI can code, I can do it so quickly. So it's just a useful tool. I'm using AI as a tool, not as a way to make a decision. So it's much different when I'm having AI guide my decision making from a standpoint of life path. There's people out there who are asking whether or not they should break up with their girlfriends or boyfriends through the app, or how they should interact with their partner. They're asking AI what to do. That's what people are doing, and I think that it's like, then who am I interacting with? Am I interacting with you, or am I interacting with AI as a partner who's receiving that? If I have a girlfriend who's making decisions because of AI, am I interacting with AI or am I interacting with my girlfriend? I don't know. It's not like, I'm not saying it's one or the other, because I'm just interacting with somebody who's making their own decisions based off of what AI is saying. But it's just interesting because AI, it's not like it's the truth always, it's just very like, it's so complicated. Okay, so this is the messaging. friends messaging implementation that I want to create inside of the app. This is all the SWIFT files that'll be added for the friends list. And this is just a simple does HIPAA apply? The honest answer first, almost certainly not today. HIPAA binds. Okay, so it might not actually be necessary. I'm not actually sure why this uses style of design for this page. The only other, I don't know if anyone's like really listening to me process this right now, but there's also flaws in interacting with human beings too. There's flaws in interacting with humans, so like I could call up my friend and say, hey, what do you think about this situation? And then my friend gives me information about what they think, and then I base my decision off of what my friend says, or I change what I'm doing because of what my friend says. But my friend might not be the most wisest person either, or might not be like a really aware, you know what I mean? Like there's flaws everywhere. So it's very, it's partly why I think that adding AI into the app isn't the worst thing, and that why ultimately, like if somebody uses AI, like if your partner uses AI and then they make the decision based off AI, I'm just gonna attribute that person made that decision, because as long as they're skeptical enough about what AI is saying, they can make their own decisions. And I am interacting with that person, and that person may be interacting with AI, but they're not defaulting their decisions to completely what AI is saying, right? They're making their own decisions based off of what's being said. And so I just have to trust that people are smart enough to make their own decisions, because I think that is what's happening. But I think where it becomes a little less true is if like you're a child and you're just coming into the world and learning how everything works, and if AI can condition people at a young age to think certain ways, I guess. So it's very interesting, but it's very interesting. I feel like AI has the potential to here's the thing that I noticed. When Netflix was getting really popular, and everyone would like watch the most popular Netflix shows, there was only like so many shows on Netflix, but Netflix was like had 100 million users. And I remember going from like one location in the United States to another location on an airplane, and there was people all the way across the country, and they were talking about the same exact thing as people were talking about in the other side of the country. But if you were to imagine 100 years ago, if you went from one part of the country to another part of the country, people would be talking about in two different dialects. Like, you know what I mean? You would that person 100 years ago or 250 years ago, they would not even know or be talking about the same things as the person on the other side of the country, because they're having a completely different experience in life and everything else is going on different. But because of Netflix and because of all the technology, now when I go from here, they're talking about this show, and then I go all the way across the country and they're talking about the same show. And I thought, oh my gosh, people are becoming similar. And then I realized that with like social media, people are aware of what's going on in social media all across the country. The most popular videos go to the top and go to everyone, right? So then what's happening is like there's this effect on the whole world. But like, I'm just talking about the standpoint of the US right now, but when the world gets induced by all the same information, So then everyone is aware of the same information, the same songs, same videos that go viral, the same shows that are viral. Then we're all learning and experiencing the same things. And so now with AI, so many people are interacting with AI. So then imagine how many people are gonna be the same and not different. You know, now when I go from this side of the country to this side of the country, that person's interacting with AI and this person's interacting with AI. So now when it says, what should I do in this situation? So when the person's over here in this side of the country, sorry, I keep touching my desk. When someone's over here in this side of the country and someone's over here in this side of the country, then, and they're both talking to AI about what to do, then those two people, they start to make more similar decisions than different decisions, because they're interacting with the same AI. It's like the same as the Netflix thing. Like this person and this person both watch the same Netflix show, and they're both now aware of that same thing, experiencing the same thing in a way. And so, but before all of this, if I went from here to here inside the country, 2 different places, that person has no idea what that person is doing or anything similar at all. They don't have any similar experiences or anything. And that person is a completely unique individual inside of the location that they're living in. So it becomes this, the more people who interact with AI, the more similar they start to think. So all these people start to think similarly and make the same decisions. But where's the unique individual? Where's the unique individual who's not interacting with the AI, making their own decisions, being their own person? And so I get a little bit concerned about that part of it, of the whole thing about trying to, like what MooCorp said, collective consciousness. It's like I think I want to move away from interacting with AI and only use AI as a tool, as a means to create my app, as a means to create things on the computer where it's complex and it can execute things very effectively. But I'm not trying to learn how life works or see the truth of life through AI. And so there's no reason why there should be that in my app either. To be honest, now that I'm saying this out loud, it makes me even more advantageous to getting this. There is going to be no AI inside of my app. I mean, only as a tool to do. I shouldn't have built both at the same time. I finally figured out what was making my build not succeed is when I run both of these scripts at the same time. Then sometimes it doesn't. So I removed AI. I removed this AI from my application, and this is a monumental point. This is a monumental point in this application, because I was toying with this idea of, should I put AI in here? Should I not put AI in here? And I just realized on this live stream right now that putting AI in here would be the dumbest decision to make. This is the opposite of AI. This app is everything that a human being needs to understand themselves, to be the fullest version of themselves, to see the truth and who I am, to sprout the flower that's within us, to be free in the most creative way, in the way that I was made in this lifetime. And each one of you is unique. Each one of you is a unique person who has unique skills and abilities and things that nobody else has. And if you want to sprout that out, you're not going to do that through interacting with AI and understanding things through AI. You're gonna become you by increasing your awareness, seeing the truth of life, recognizing whether I'm moving with fear or love, and moving towards what you're interested in, playing again as a kid, and moving towards what you're interested in, what gives you energy, makes you feel like you're enjoying life and you're at peace and you're grounded, you're connected. When you feel this sense of love for life, then you're gonna move in ways that no one else is moving. You're gonna move in ways where everyone else is going towards collective consciousness. They're all the same. And Lonnie Day is about becoming you as an individual, which is so different than all of this collective thinking. And so the putting AI into my app is actually the dumbest thing in the world. So I'm going to be deleting that. But AI is just a tool. So I could put it in here as a tool. Like, if AI is in my app, guys, it's just a tool to interact with the app and the data. It's a data thing, but we cannot be using AI to understand ourselves. We cannot be using AI to understand ourselves. We need to move away from AI in understanding ourselves. Move towards the park, going outside. Move towards a friend. Move towards something other than a screen to understand who you are. And this app is going to assist in that way, like to increase awareness of to help you. This app is going to help you increase awareness of actions based in fear, love, to move away from fear into, so that when just by moving away from fear, you naturally what I realize is I move towards playing again and being content and at peace. It just naturally happens. What Waterwise says is, do you smoke? You seem to be having shower thoughts. Well, no, you know what? I'm just making a price as Lonnie Day all day. Let's go, baby. People talk about Clavicle because he buys it through the campaigns. It's important that we maintain individuality and avoid homogeneity. Yes, exactly, TMA. Collective consciousness is not what we want. We want our individual selves to sprout out. And it's like, you could teach AI to try to communicate that, like to help in that process of becoming more you or stuff. But I feel like it's kind of against the whole vision of the app. It's against the whole vision of the app. Hello, this is Billy, and I am coding Lonnie Day, which is it's about seeing the truth and increasing awareness. And what the key is the feelings, right? The feelings are important because it's the feelings are essentially the motivation or the energy in which I'm moving with, and that feeling can determine a lot of why I'm choosing the action I'm choosing. Because when I'm worried, I'm more likely to choose a job that I don't want to actually do, right? Like, I'm worried I'm not gonna be safe, so I'm gonna go choose a job that I don't want to do, but at least I'm gonna get paid. So now I'm doing a job I don't want to do. But it's okay. It's okay to be working a job that you don't want to do, and because it's possible to shift into gratitude even in difficult things like that. Even doing difficult things, it's possible to shift into seeing what you can be grateful for in difficult situations. And also, it is possible to shift into doing what you actually want to do by getting out of that position. Once you get out of that job that you don't want to be doing, you can shift into something you're interested in for the rest of the day. And then slowly, if you learn the skills that it takes to turn a creation that you made, like if you're feeling free and creative outside of your job and you create something that you want to share with others, and you learn how to make money doing something you enjoy doing, then you're able to shift from that job you don't like into something that you do like doing. It takes skills to do that in time, but the more time you spend doing something you're interested in doing and having fun with it, then the more odds you'll have to be able to get out of that job that you don't like. Because if someone's not playing and doing something out of just joy, then the odds they're gonna end up getting out of the job that they're doing because they're worried and stressed out about not having enough money is pretty low, because they're not actually going to spend time like playing and having fun and creating things like that you're interested in creating, that give you energy, you know? And so it's a key factor to shifting life. And that's why this app is useful, because it helps. It's like a tactical way to help you shift your situation and understanding and recognize like what's actually happening. It's okay to be operating inside of stress and worry. It's okay. It's not like it's the end of the world. It's just that you don't have to live like that. You don't have to live with anxiety and worry and anger and loneliness and all this stuff, insecurity. We don't have to live like that for like a long period of time inside of this lifetime. It's not required or necessary to be like that to be productive. It's actually more productive to be enjoying life and interested in loving what you're doing. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody, I just want to remind myself that, honestly, because I know that, and I experience what it's like to be working in stress and fear and all this stuff, and I know what it's like to be working at peace and calm, and it's a big shift, and I feel way more productive and way more excited to show up every day, and it's a big shift. TMA says intense dislike of a situation can be powerful motivation for learning and growing and change. Yeah, I think it could be a motive. Intense dislike can be definitely a situation to want to change out of. It's a powerful way to push you into a different direction, and I think that's what it is. I think that's what fear does. I think fear, like if you're feeling extremely lonely, right? That feeling is so unpleasant. I'm talking about like the most intense feelings of loneliness. It's so unpleasant, and it kind of pushes you into the opposite direction itself. And so yeah, I think that you're not wrong about that. Sometimes feeling fear is necessary to see the meaning and the importance of choosing to move with love and those feelings, and to find that. Did I try Grokbot? Yeah, actually I do. I have Grokbot and I did try it. And I would say it's about spinning up computers. Guys, I gotta execute this command. I've been chatting a lot today. Today's gonna be one of those days where I get more vibe coding done off of my stream. But that's okay. That's okay. Sometimes I get really focused while I'm on stream, and I code a lot while I'm streaming, and then sometimes I I end up talking about life and stuff in the app. Not just life, but it's about the app. We're really talking about the app and making sure that it's going in the right direction. We're not using AI. The importance of being truly you and not being guided by AI. I don't think it's the right path to go down to try to be guided by AI in any way. I think you can guide yourself and trust yourself and listen to your own intuition, and you'll become more you and less the collective, and that's beautiful. And I just had deja vu all of a sudden. This crazy deja vu right now, like this already happened or something. So wild. So this is the plan of action for messaging inside of the app, and I have to update the database as well. So does it mention the database in here at all? Data model, create table, socket.io attachments. Okay, I don't want to create a table called socket.io attachments. And also it should be a schema. It should be a separate schema, because what that allows me to do is have a little drop down right here for messaging. So let me update that real quick. One live call per conversation. Wow, it's creating a lot of tables and stuff. Call events, audit controls, conversations. Okay, let me just add one thing to the plan. I'm noticing that that this is not a schema. I think I'm not seeing that you're gonna create a schema in the database for the messaging. So I just wanted to make sure that this is the messaging. All the data and the tables that are being created are gonna go into their own schema, just called like communication. Can you update the plan if this is not the case, and if it is the case, can you just let me know? Grokbot is like $200 a month or something like that, and it's I actually just used it for 7 days free trial, and then I didn't get the plan because I can spin up my own servers and run my own agents that way. But I think Grokbot's more for people who are I don't know, like not as good at coding themselves or something. It's a very like simplistic tool that's just for messaging and spinning up servers in the background. It runs the agent. The agent has access to a Linux computer in the cloud, and it has access to your computer. So if you want to spin up something that's running 24/7, you can have it load a command into the Linux computer that's running in the cloud and execute something like day and night. And that's mostly what the use case is for, is so that you don't have to, as a non-developer, you don't have to learn how to create servers in the cloud that execute things. But I think there's a lot of developers who use Grok too, just for fun, and do random things easily, because it's a very easy tool. You don't have to set up a whole bunch of stuff and SSH into things and stuff. You can just go in there and just say, hey, Grok run this on my Linux computer, and it'll just go in there and it'll just run something for you. You could run like a cron job or something and just have that all day and all night operating, checking whatever you want to check and stuff. But currently I don't really have a reason to check everything all night and all day. I think what makes the most sense is like logging into a CRM, and then anytime something happens inside of a CRM, like send it to your phone, or send it to like another database or something, like for linking up data sources. Because you could have it like send data from one thing and then update something else. I think that's what most people are doing with it. Oh, this is the first time I'm really low on my memory usage. I have Shepard's 12 gigabytes of memory right now. Let me just do something real quickly. Let's go into my /defaults where folder. Can you try to figure out why I have 12 gigabytes, almost 13 gigabytes of RAM being used by Shepard right now? Which agent is actually having this much data exactly? Yeah, Grok is a bit expensive for what it is. You can easily spin up your own server for like way cheaper, and just you could run any agent you want in there, you know? I gotta go to the bathroom real quick while this agent's working. So let me just not VS Code. I'll go to the bathroom real quickly. 1 second. Wait, whoops. Need this to be checked. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm having a weird day today. I don't know what it is. I'm having a weird day today. Put some food in the oven now. Sorry. Excuse me. Okay, so let's look at the plan messaging tech stack. No, not that. Okay. You caught a real bug, not just a missing detail. So for anyone who's wants to be updated on what's happening right now, I'm updating the section in the app that's for friends. So this is the friends page where you have your accountability partners who's beside you in the app, and currently there's no way to communicate with each other in the app, which I want to make that possible. So so this is I'm creating the plan right now, and this is the plan right here. Lonnie Day / friends implementation plan, and I need to update the database. I need to add socket IO. I need to add update the API as well with the correct endpoints, and then obviously change the UI of Swift in the application. So let me just reference the current prompt that I gave it, which was I'm noticing that this is not a schema. Okay, so I know when I was looking at the plan, I saw that the database wasn't adding a schema for the conversation. So it's saying that you caught a real bug, not just a missing detail, and it was worth an unspecified. So it didn't actually add the database in there correctly. What's in communication? All 7 tables conversations. So it's going to create a schema called communication with the tables conversations, conversation participants, conversation keys, messages, messaging revisions. Interesting. What I want to do is I want to make it so that there could potentially be a group of people too, in not just like a single one-on-one messaging thing, but maybe actually, now that I think about it, I wanted it to be like the ability to create a group maybe, but it doesn't need to be created now. Actually, 2 tables I deliberately put elsewhere, both citing participants. One thing I found while doing this is it's worth more than just a schema fix. DB snapshot Lonnie Day .sql commit to get. Two tables I deliberately put elsewhere, but citing audit py access login a 6 schema. It logs reads ledger as much as of communication, so filling it under one of these watches would misname it. And also public socket IO attachments, because 017 already decided this about a table of exactly this kind. Okay. I can always update it after the fact, you know? Okay, let's update it. Okay, if you didn't already, can you please update the HTML plan with all of this information and corrections to the tables so that the plan has everything necessary and makes sense? So this is the current HTML file. I would recommend, if you guys are vibe coding something like and you want to make sure everything's going to be working properly before executing, asking for an HTML file is a great way to make sure what you're about to code is going to get coded correctly before actually doing it, because it's way more in depth than just like a regular plan. Because a lot of times Claude will give you like a regular plan and it'll just output text and be like, here's the plan, and it'll tell you. But when you say, make me a plan and create me an HTML file that has all of the information in the plan, it goes and like makes this whole thing, and you can update sections of the HTML file and change things around and add things and stuff like that. And then when you implement it, it like actually does what you want it to do way more accurately. And it's really good at creating these HTML files too. Let's read what it says. Done. The audit turned one more real error, so it's worth doing rather than just confirming. Already informed last round. Okay, so it's rewritten. So this HTML file should have all the updates and the changes. Yeah, it does. Cause here it is. Here's all the changes. It goes on its own schema called communication. Yep. That's perfect. Socket events and live behaviors. Message new, message read, message gone. Call type and presence. Okay. We could always update some of these later on. Like if there's something when it comes to, wait, let me see the actual API endpoints. If like there's something that needs to be changed in here or something like that later on, I can do that. Export everything this user account for hold as a JSON. Interesting. Okay, so this plan is all about friends, messaging, and the agreed upon phone call. So I don't have any visuals. It's not showing me like that many visuals of what it's gonna look like, other than it has invitations. This is the friends list, and then it has this other section where it shows me the conversations. Yeah, something along this lines is kind of what I want, but it's not gonna be styled like that. So let's execute. Okay, I want to execute this plan, and make sure to go into the respective API folder that's one level up from this folder to make any changes to the API, the Lonnie Day API, and then also the Docker image is currently running the Lani database for Postgres, and if you need to stop it and restart it, or whatever you need to do to get the database updated, have the new schema, and then get the API updated as well. Obviously update the files, but then also I want it to be running the new version inside of Docker once the files are finished being coded. And yeah, so execute this plan. Thank you. Okay, so that's finished, which I'm really glad. That's gonna be way better than it was previously. It's like an hour ago. The plan was a little bit broken, but I hope Claude takes his time to do it. Sometimes it's even helpful to say take your time, or like double check everything twice. I have this agent just checking for a memory leak right now because I had like 13 gigabytes being used in Shepherd, which probably is okay because I have a lot of agents open, but it usually is not that high with this many agents open. Thought maybe one agent might be acting funny or something like that. Remove AI buttons. Okay, so while this agent is going and implementing this change, which is quite a big change actually, this is going to be removed. Let me just make sure everything's working the way I want it to right now before I go switching over to some other project that I want to do. I don't like how this date's showing up here at the top. I feel like it should show down here like this inside of this view. Let me update that real quickly. So inside the app in the ledger, it's showing the month and then the year. I want it to only show the shorthand month and the year instead of the full name of the month inside of the time chart section when I'm picking between a month, a year, and a week. Yeah, it should only say the actual the shorthand month way instead of the full name month. And also I noticed in a week it's displaying only the number and not the month, but I actually wanted to display the number or whatever day it is today, the day of the month, and then show the actual shorthand of the month as well. Then what I want to do is when I click into one of the items in the list, you see how currently the date is showing at the top, so it's showing like in the very top right corner is showing the date, but I want to be able to have those same selections, the day, week, month, a year. I want it to be, or no, there already is day, month, week, year, but I want to be able to have the dates with the two little arrows underneath the day, week, month, year after clicking into one of the action items to see it full page. Okay, so now we got two agents working on that. still haven't fully figured out this pie chart yet. Still haven't fully figured out this pie chart yet. Bum, 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 bum. I'm looking for a plan of action to create a chart in the ledger that is like a graph chart that goes up, and it shows me how much time I spent doing what things. So in any given week or month, it'll say you did this for this amount of time, this for this amount of time. It'll show, like, in a week, it'll show the week, and then it will be like a graph chart. Just as simple, like, I wonder if I could find something on Dribbble. I'm trying to describe something, but I think I might be better to find an image. Dribbble graph chart. See if we can find something on here. Mr. Hat says, "Yo, Billy, do you know what DMT is?" I've heard of it. I've heard people talking about it on the internet and stuff, but I don't know. I don't know what it is from a standpoint of, like, yeah, no, I don't know. I don't really know what it is. I just know about it. I just know about it from what other people say online. But it sounds like some temporary experience where you go somewhere outside of the United States to try it out or something like that. I don't know. I feel like any drugs are just taking you out of the state of being that we're in and into some not altered, but like some different state of mind that's temporary. So I'm more interested in being who I am. No, I would never try any drugs. I never did any drugs. I was never interested in it. I want to try like this, kind of like this. So you're asking me about DMT and what I was, and drugs, and I'm not interested in any drugs because I'm interested in being fully aware and consistently seeing what I am in each moment with a heightened sense of awareness. Not an altered sense of awareness. I think, and it's also temporary. So all the drugs are just a short thing. It just lasts very shortly, and yeah, you might be impacted by it for a second, but like when what I'm doing is changing the state of which my mind is operating, how my mind is operating. And that change is a beautiful change, and it's consistent. It's consistently happening. And when I'm in my heightened sense of awareness, it doesn't end because the drug wore off. And I don't know what happens when people take drugs, right? I've never taken drugs, but But I'm assuming that people are having some kind of a state that they like or prefer over maybe another state of mind that they're having when they're living their regular life. So I suppose what might be happening for that individual is that their state of mind is not a pleasant one to be existing inside of. So they must be existing inside of some state of disconnection, some state of fear, and then inside of and then what maybe the drug is doing is bypassing the stressed out, anxious person for some people, and then they feel more content and at peace, and so because and then but they're not changing based off of an actual, not changing because they changed, but changing because based off of something they took. And then when that thing that they took wears off, where do they end up? They end up back where they started, ultimately. So I think alcohol is the same thing. It's a drug. It's a drug that alter your state of mind to be in a different state of mind that you weren't in. And I think it's like a state. It's up to you. What happens to everybody's different. Some people get angry, and some people get less thoughtful. I think it makes people. I think alcohol and everything makes people less capable. Because the people who are on DMT are falling over. They can't even operate as a human being. And then the people who are drunk they can't operate either. They're falling over. So why would I want to be any of those things? Why would I want to be a person who's less capable of operating? Just because I'm trying to get out of the state of being stressful or stressed out. You know? I feel like that's basically a sense of that's basically like a mini, like, just like a, let me see if I can just shut off my brain. It's like, I feel like it's people trying to shut off their brain, maybe. Depends on what you're trying to do, but yeah, it's escape. They don't know how to. Okay, what's happening is, here's what I think. What's happening is people don't know how to shift from fear into love. They don't know how to shift. And so what do they? So what do they use? They're using external things. They're using the external things in the world, putting them into their body, chemicals, to make the shift happen. And then when the chemicals wear off, they end up back in the state that they started in. But if you can shift yourself from disconnection, loneliness, isolation, feeling ashamed, all of these negative feelings like anger, if you can shift from your anxiety into peace without taking a drug, then it's more of a permanent change that you can consistently be living in. But if you're using a chemical that wears off, then you just end up back where you were again. So to me it's pretty obvious, but I think for someone who's not as someone who's maybe a kid who's in high school, or someone who's in college and around about a lot of people who are doing drugs and smoking and drinking. I know Mr. Hat's interested in this topic, and he's the one who's in the chat right now. That's why we're having this conversation. Thank you, Mr. Har CC. I don't know how to say your name. I just called you Mr. Hat because it's like calling you Mr. Hat now, because it looks like that almost. But anyways, I you know, if kids are in groups of people in high school, like I once was, and everybody's drinking, everybody's trying to get you to smoke. I didn't do any drugs, but if people are trying to like give it to you and make you feel like social pressure to do it, and so there's no awareness of any of what I'm talking about, you know. There's no awareness of this information or anything. Mr. H. Alright, I'll call you Mr. H. But anyways, so yeah. Anyways, I think that there's a lot of confusion in the world. But how are we getting confused? We're confusing each other. It's pretty simple. We're confusing each other into disconnection, loneliness, and isolation, and being stressed out and feeling separate from each other and not connected because of the way that we decide to interact with each other and the way we use words as human beings as we grow up. This is me, that's you. This is me, that's you. That's a conditioning right there. That's called separation. And so the way that we communicate, the way we interact, and how we treat each other it's creating this conditioning of isolation, and so how is an individual like myself or like you going to understand how to get out of that conditioning and that separation that the world is so keen to try to put onto us? And it's not like the world is trying to do it. It's mistakenly happening. I don't think people are trying to make you feel isolated and alone, but I think just by saying this is me and that's you, it already starts to condition a child who's born into the world that they're different from everyone and everything, when the truth is I don't exist without you. I don't exist without I literally don't exist in this lifetime without what I see. I am what I see. The moment this earth vanishes, I vanish. You know what I mean? I don't exist without my mother. I literally don't. And where's the difference between me and her? There's no line drawn between me and then her. It literally we're the same. And that's what all of us are. We're all this living being. But that's just me seeing the truth of life and I feel it instead of just seeing it, or instead of just thinking it, I can feel it or something. I don't know how to describe it, if it's a feeling or if it's just a awareness. Maybe feeling is the wrong word for that. It's maybe an awareness without thought. I feel like that's probably the best way to describe it. Can I be aware of what I am without a thought? Would you say having an ego is a good thing? No. I would say that I wouldn't say good or bad about. I wouldn't say good or bad about that. I wouldn't say anything is good or bad, to be honest. I think everything in life is what it is, and I'm not trying to think anything, to be honest. I don't want to have an opinion. I'm not interested in having an opinion. I'm interested in seeing things as they are. And if I'm wrong, I want to see where I'm wrong so I can see the truth. I really don't want to have an opinion, and I really don't want to believe something. Like, if believe means I'm not really sure, but yeah, I think that's true, then I don't want to believe anything. But if believe means that's the truth, then that's why I really don't use the word believe. But I think believe is originally means this. What is the original word of believe? To care or love. To hold dear. So the original word believe doesn't really mean I don't know, but I think it's true. The original word believe means to care or love or to hold dear. So it's like, do I hold this dear in my heart? Do I hold this, do I value this highly? Like, do I look at life and do I value it really highly? That's what the original word belief actually meant. So, because the word believe is so misunderstood, or the way it gets used so commonly by human beings nowadays, it feels like this, I'm not really sure, but yeah, it's true. You know, and I just can't get on board with that. I can't get on board with that word. Ledger month abbreviated. Is this completed? Yeah, this is completed. Let me launch this in the app. I've been talking so much about life today while I'm coding very slowly. That's alright. Every day is not going to be the most productive vibe coding day, but we will do the best we can with where we're at. So when I click into the app, now I have the actual month and day here, so I can switch between it. Oh my gosh, that's so much better. So much better. I'm not exactly sure why there's so much space in between these. Is it because there's no data? There must be no data there. I don't want days to be rendered that aren't there. You know what I mean? Interesting. Because there's so much space. There's gotta be a better way to show this information when there's no records of information from here to there. Maybe we just show the last 30 days of the activity total. Yeah. Let's try that. Does that make sense? Makes sense to me. Inside the ledger, there's this there's empty spaces if there's no data on a day, so it creates a lot of gaps sometimes. So if I'm inside of a month that is showing me the last 30 days, right? It's showing me the last 30 days based on today, and then it just goes back 30 days on the calendar. But what I actually wanted to do is show me the last 30 days of like removing all the days that had no information. So it should show me like, okay, here's day 1 to the previous day, the previous 30 days that have information, and anything that doesn't have information should be left out. And then I wanted to do the same thing for a year. So if there's an entire month that has no data, then just remove that month from the actual input field. Actually, no, for a year, I don't want to do that. For a month, I want to do that, and for a week. Oh wait, actually, wait a second. This is interesting. I want to see the data, but I don't want to make it confusing, because this could get confusing. Let's just call it, instead of week, month, year, let's call it 7 days, 30 days, and 365 days, and then accumulate all the data into that time frame. Billy, I'm 21 and my biggest goal is freedom. I've realized that so much of the world revolves around money, but money isn't everything. Life is also about being present, accepting reality, and truly living from where you are in life now. What advice would you give someone my age? Did you watch yesterday's stream? I need to know if you did or not. For anyone in the stream right now, yesterday's stream was talking about this. Mr. H, I wonder if, is there a lag? No, I live in Europe, so my time zone is different. I would recommend, first off, going to yesterday's stream and watching it. Well, don't do it now. Just do it. I mean, do it whenever you want. It doesn't matter. But I'm gonna answer your question anyway right now. But I would recommend, when I'm like after I answer this or later, to go watch that yesterday's live stream. What's up, T-Run? Good evening. So I'm gonna answer this question. Your biggest goal is freedom. Well, I talked about this yesterday, which is that freedom is something that, well, I don't want to describe what freedom is. Let's talk about what it means to not be free. So Mr. H, when's the last time you felt free in your life? When's the last time you felt free? I'll be right back. 1 second, guys.
We got food. I feel like Mr. H left and watched yesterday's stream. It's alright. It's alright. Freedom is an interesting thing. Oh, here it is. Honestly, right now, I feel free in my current situation, but money still limits me. That's why I started web design and vibe coding for 1 year. Okay, so you feel free. There you go. Okay, so in this freedom that you're in, wait a second, that didn't make any sense. I just realized something. You said you're limited. So you're limited freedom. I got chicken. What's up, Tega? I'm eating right now, so I'm chilling, talking to Mr. Hat. I'm eating. We're hanging out. We're hanging out right now, guys. So let me just answer this question, because you're free, but you're limited. Let me think about this. I feel free mentally and spiritually, but financially and materially I'm limited. Alright, it just came to me. Oh my god, this chicken is so good. Okay. Financially and materially, I'm limited. Financially, materially, I'm limited. Mr. Hat, Mr. H, Mr. Harco. I don't know how to say your name. I'm going full screen for this. Okay. When you look out at life and you see a house, see a tree, see a car, your friend drives over, picks you up in a car, maybe you don't have a car. So you feel limited because your friend has a car, you don't have a car. So you're feeling limited. Maybe you don't have enough money for a car. It seems limited. Right? Am I on the right track? I'm just trying to get your life straight. Or not straight, but I'm trying to see your life.
And so when I'm in this state where I feel spiritually and mentally free, I feel like I can do anything I want to do. I feel clear, I feel calm, I feel at peace, I feel grounded, but then I see my friend and he has a car and I don't have a car. I can't go driving to the other side of town, so I feel materially and financially limited. So I have this desire for more. And inside of this desire for more, I'm not free. I'm limited. So I search for ways to make money to then become free. So I can have the car to get to the location I want to go to. And then I get to the location with my money and with my car. I get to that location. And as I sit in this location, I look at the plane in the sky and I say, well, I don't have a plane. You know, I can drive around my city. I can drive around on this land, but look at this guy. He has a plane. And I just don't feel free because I'm stuck on the ground and that guy is flying on the plane. So I'm still not free. I'm not fully free because I'm stuck in this location. So I'm gonna go back to working to become free. And then I work to afford a plane. I get the plane and then I fly to the place that I wanted to go and I land in the place. And I look around and I say, well, there's a person who's able to attract all of the they're able to attract all the people around them to them. Like, they have so many friends. They have so many friends, but I don't have any friends. So I feel like I'm not fully, I haven't fully escaped this limitation. I need more. Maybe there's something in space I haven't seen yet. The mindset itself isn't free. I went a little bit off the rails with the girlfriend thing, or with the girls thing, but you see what I'm saying? You could always be searching for more. You could be searching for more materialistic things that will make you have the idea of that you are free. But to feel free without any of those things is actually the state of mind which I think you're searching for. To look at life, to see the beauty of it, where you are, without needing to acquire anything, because I am what I see, and I am not separate from anything or anybody. That is me. What I see is me. The funny thing is once you get to the new location where you want to be, it's still you there. You're the one who's there. The one who wants to be free, materialistically. So, the search continues until there's a level of contentness with what is. When will I be content with what is? So, if you need something, deep down I feel my higher self isn't limited by money or material circumstances. I'm already free within. I'm just working to reflect that freedom physically. How do I shift my mindset while still pursuing my goals? Okay, Mr. H, you really want to get down to the bottom of this one? Because this is real, dude. This is real. We're really having a conversation right now. Me and you. Me and you, Mr. H. Wait, let me turn Mookie off. He's working out. It's not workout session. This is me and Mr. H right now. How do I shift the mindset while still pursuing my goals? Because I have this goal to be financially, materially free, where I can drive my car to any location, and I could fly my plane to any location, or I could do anything I want to do in the physical realm. I want to physically be free. So how do I have this? How do I keep my mindset inside of this feeling of being free while still pursuing these goals that make me feel like there's something limited? I get the research always continues. Real freedom is learning to be at peace now while still growing and pursuing more. Mr. H, okay, we're getting to it. Here's the thing. What gets you the most excited to get out of bed in the morning time? Can you please write it down in the chat? When you wake up in the morning, you could do this regardless of anyone paying you. You could do this regardless, whatever it is. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be playing video games, a sport, hanging out with your friends. It could be what doesn't matter what it is. Vibe coding. It could be. Just tell me something that when you wake up out of bed, you're like, you can't even go to sleep. You can't even fall asleep because you're like up at night, like you're doing this thing. Whatever, it could be playing an instrument, it could be doing something. You can't even fall asleep because you're so interested in doing this thing. What is that for you? What is that? Mr. H, it's you and me right now. This is just you and me right now. Creating something from nothing turning an idea into a website, AI project, or knowing it could bring me closer to freedom? Okay. I can see this mindset happening where I'm creating. Let me just reflect to you what you're saying. I'm up at night, all night long, searching for freedom. That's what you told me. That's what you just told me. I can't go to bed at night because I'm searching for freedom. I wake up in the morning searching for freedom. It gets me so excited. That's what you just said. Because if I remove the avenues to which you're trying to, those are the things you're trying to get to the freedom. But what's getting your interest is this idea of freedom. This idea of being free is what has all of your attention right now. And Mr. H, you are talking to the right person, because I also was in search for freedom, and I also created my business to try to be free as well, just like you, in the material world. And after getting to the point of creating things that I did not feel like were built from my heart, I end up realizing that I was chasing something that I could have been. Okay, I don't want to tell you. Here's the thing. What I need to tell you is I know what it's like to feel the way that you're feeling. I've been there. I've been on this search for freedom. And I finally found it. And it wasn't in anything material. But I had to get to the point where I created the business to search for freedom. I had happy customers. I was making money, and I fell into a depression because I created a business and a project that I wasn't interested in what I was creating. I was interested in searching for this freedom that you're searching for. So I created a project that was helping other people, and they were happy. They're like, we love what you made. Great job. We're gonna pay you for your software. And then they paid me, and I kept feeling like, well, I need to keep working because I'm not free yet. I need to get to the point where I'm free, and I'm not at the point to where I'm free. I'm freedom is later. Like, I need to keep working. I need to take all this money, invest it into my business so it gets bigger. Because I need to be free. And I'm working out of stress and worry because if my customers leave, then oh my gosh, then there goes my freedom. I'm not gonna be able to be free because now they're leaving and now I don't have any customers. So I need to keep working on this project that I'm not that interested in. I'm just interested in freedom. I'm not that interested in what I'm doing. I'm more interested in feeling safe and secure, right? Because for me personally, I had this other thing. I just wanted to feel safe and secure that I was gonna be okay. I was also looking for freedom in association with this not feeling okay. I had this feeling of I'm not okay and I'm not safe, so I need to work to feel safe. But then I also had this desire to be free because I was trapped inside of my own psychology where I'm up late at night searching for freedom. So my question to you is, what gets you excited in the morning to wake up and do if you regardless of getting anything in return? So you're not going to get any money or anything in return. You just get to do the thing. And when you do the thing itself is what you're excited about doing. So what thing, Mr. H, gets you excited to wake up in the morning, regardless of anyone paying you a dime? Say no one's gonna give you $1 single to do this. What do you get excited to do? Seriously think about this. Seriously think about this. What do you get excited to do regardless of anybody paying you any money or receiving anything in return? But you would do it anyway. You would do it anyway because you love it. It gets you excited. You're interested in it. Keeps you up at night. You gotta search for this. You gotta search deep for this one. No one's gonna pay you. Imagine nobody's gonna pay you. What would you do that you wouldn't regret doing or feel like it was a waste of time? You would say that was worth it. That was worth my time. Have you ever, you know what a basketball player, but that's a difficult question, Billy, that I didn't have the answer to right now. Okay, can I just talk to you for a second about someone? Thank you for answering. I appreciate you saying it's difficult. Let me just give you an example of somebody else, okay? So imagine someone who's just think of like a basketball player, okay? Imagine someone playing basketball, and they go play basketball at the park. They go play and they're shooting hoops, and they practice every day. They go after school, they go play basketball, and they shoot hoops, and they're like playing 5-on-5 with people at the park. And they do it every day. They just love it. They're just there every day, like all the time, just getting better at it. And like their skills are increasing like insane amounts. Nobody's when that person's done playing basketball, do you think they're wondering how much money they made? You think someone's like, hey, you think they finished playing and like, how much did I make? No, they're like happy. They're like happy with what they did. There's just like, I literally just love playing basketball so much. I'm happy that I just did that. It was so fun. They're not thinking about how much money did I make after playing basketball. And so what I would say to you is that's the thing in which you will need to find for yourself if you want to feel this sense of, okay, let me connect this back to what you said, because you asked me a specific beautiful question. You asked me a very beautiful question, which is, how do I feel this sense of freedom while still pursuing my goals? Which is such a beautiful question that you asked. Because when you find that thing where that's like basketball for you, where you don't need to be paid, you're not concerned about being paid, you're enjoying the thing that you're doing because you like doing it, then that's where somebody like sees the freedom, and the freedom itself makes the player, that enjoyment, having fun, makes that player become better and better and better and better, because they're so interested in it, and they're going to play longer, they're going to have more fun, they're going to feel that sense of freedom that you're looking for, and they're going to make money because that person, his name is called LeBron James. You know, his name is, you know what I mean? And so when you find that thing that you can't, keeps you up at night and makes you wake up in the morning because you're so excited to do it, then you become the person who's free and able to make money and able to be fully aligned with yourself and what you're interested in, and you don't need to worry about where you're going to end up, because you're where you want to be. You're already where you want to be. So you're not on this path of I need to be free. I want to be free. So therefore, let me do something that's what I don't want to be doing. Because it's just, and then you're looking for freedom in the inside of that. Do you guys see what I'm saying? But more specifically, Mr. H is the one I'm talking to. So I need to see if Mr. H is understanding me. Honestly, being myself, living healthy, training, socializing, playing golf, building side projects, and learning AI, I do all that even without getting paid. So being healthy, training, socializing, playing golf, and building side projects. So Mr. H, you're free. Are you doing all of those things? Then you're free. And if and all that has to happen is the search for freedom. Where does the search for freedom lead you? Because where is freedom found? That's the question. Where is freedom found? The place I found freedom was now. The place I found freedom was right now. I did not find freedom tomorrow. I don't live tomorrow, and I don't live yesterday. So I cannot find freedom tomorrow. I can only find freedom now. So in this search for freedom, you're searching for now. So as long as you're doing what you want to be doing now, regardless of anything, regardless of any results, then you're doing the right thing. Just find what you're interested in and keep following that way. Wow, Mr. H. Let's go. I'm putting a heart in the chat. Let's put a heart in the chat. Mr. H. He just came to a realization, guys. Me and him. We just came to a realization together. Mr. H, I appreciate you opening up. I appreciate you opening up and being genuine and talking about exactly how you feel, and putting it in the comments and having this conversation with me. I'm glad to have this conversation with you. Maybe one of these days we can talk about it over the phone. I think what I might want to do is get a phone number. I think I want to get a phone number for you guys to be able to call me. I think it would be really nice to connect, or like do like a Discord conversation so we can talk next time, because we could have had a beautiful conversation over the phone, but we had it over chat. So if any of you guys are interested in talking to me on the phone and during live, I would really appreciate that. I think it would be helpful for it would be helpful for other people to hear your story, and then just to talk together and other people could listen and stuff. But I think that freedom is found within is really a beautiful thing to come to the realization of, and freedom is not it's not a material. There is no such thing as called ultimate freedom is found within. And the freedom that oftentimes is searched for in the material world, to be materially free, to be able to travel wherever you want to travel, to be able to do whatever you want to do, that freedom, that's not equal to the feeling of freedom within. And there's plenty of people who have cars and can drive wherever they want. They can take planes wherever they want, and they don't feel free. And if you want to find their testimonies on the internet, you can find those people. They'll talk about how they have enough money to do whatever they want, and they feel trapped or stressed out or lonely, or like something's missing. Like, there's plenty of people that don't feel free, who have enough money to do whatever they want to do. And so true freedom is found within. It's found within. And when I felt free, when I felt the most free is when I was a little kid. I mean, I feel free now, don't get me wrong. I feel the most free in my whole life right now because of the ability to see the truth in who I am and all this stuff. But when I was feeling free the first time, I was a little kid. I was just a little kid. I didn't need anything. I didn't need a car. I didn't need to go anywhere. I felt so free. I was seeing the beauty of life all around me all the time. I was having fun and I was playing. And so I found freedom. I found freedom as a little kid. And then somewhere along the lines, what happened was I wasn't able to do this and do that, and then I thought, oh, I'm not free. Or, I felt the limitations. I saw somebody else could do other things, and I couldn't do those things. Then I saw the limitations of my material thing, and I felt, I'm not free. And then I'm searching for this freedom, and I'm looking for it again. So once I felt it, and then I lost it, because I thought, where did it go? And now I'm searching for it again, and I thought, oh, I need money to be free. But I felt free as a kid when I had nothing and I couldn't even drive anywhere. So where did the freedom go? It didn't go anywhere. It's always been there. It's always within you. You were born with the ability to feel free, to be creative. You were born with that ability. And the highest form of who you are is free. That's the highest form of who you are as a human being. Let's go. Let's go back to my app so I can show you guys what I'm working on. So this app is for increasing awareness of actions based in fear of love, and it's all about what I wanted to show you right now is the feelings wheel. I wanted to show you the feelings wheel because inside of stress, worry, insecurity, inside of anger, when I'm having these feelings as a human being, when I'm lonely, am I free or am I trapped? When I'm in fear, and this application is all about increasing awareness of the core foundation of which I am choosing to act. Right? Why am I doing what I'm doing? And can I be aware of the core reasons behind this action? This isn't about planning the future. This isn't about capturing what happened before. This app is only about capturing what's happening right now, putting it into a place where I can capture some of the unseen activity happening inside my mind, consistently bringing it to light to recognize whether I'm in fear or in love. Because the more consistently I act with interest, the more consistently I act at peace, feeling connected, I build my life off of that energy. Imagine when you call your friend and you're like, hey, or imagine if you're feeling lonely and you call your friend, that connection is based off of me feeling like I need something. I'm not okay, so I'm gonna call my friend, which is fine. I'm just saying that it's based in disconnection, fear. It's isolated. I am isolated in that. Versus if you call your friend and you're already feeling connected, you're already feeling at peace and content, and when you call them, you say, hey, how are you doing today? It's love. And so love and fear, there's 1,000 different ways that love can be explained. 1,000 different words, and 1,000 different words that fear can be explained. But one is disconnected and one is connected, and one's in a state of being totally free and creative, and one's a state of feeling limited. And that search for freedom is in the state of not seeing who I truly am. Because when I look at life and I see that I'm what I see and I'm inseparable from it, there is no loneliness. And when I feel that way, not when I think the thought, because I could think a thought and say, I am what I see, and I read it out of a book. But the feeling of loneliness isn't a word. The word is a sign describing a feeling that is indescribable. When I look at life and I say, I am what I see, I'm not saying words. The words are a sign to describe how I feel. Just like loneliness. So when you actually feel that, when you actually act that way and feel that way, like when I'm actually feeling the feeling of loneliness, when I'm actually feeling the feeling of I am what I see, it's love. Love is the connection that connects me to all of life, everyone and everything. That's a feeling of love. In that feeling of love, there's freedom, and there's creativity, and there's a sense of peace in there, gratitude, seeing the beauty of everything. It's actually quite amazing, to be honest. And hello, this is my app called Lani Day, which means heavenly day, and I'm currently coding it, feeling very honestly, I'm just content. I'm not really doing much other than talking right now. I haven't been vibe coding that much today. I've been talking a lot today, guys. I have this agent working though that has a sub agent created, which is working on this plan that I was executing and creating. This is a giant plan. So as my agent was working on that, I was chatting about life, and I was talking to Mr. H, and he came to a realization, and we both had a good conversation. So that was very interesting. Now, let me am I full screen or no? Okay, no, I'm not. So this plan is getting executed right now inside of the app. Price says, playing sports in the backyard as a kid didn't lead to a professional sports career, but it was fun as heck. Will the app be available on Android? Yes, I'm going to make an Android version as well. Actually, I could probably get the project started right now, to be honest. I'm getting close to where it's going to get started. I just want to finish... I want to finish the core MVP of the app, which is a minimum viable product. And then once I have that finished on the iPhone, then I'm going to create the Android version. I want to get the iPhone version up on the, ready to go up on the App Store before I start creating the Android version, because I'll be able to create it really fast, I think. I'm doing a lot of the small, changes and updates, but once I have it dialed in perfectly, then I'll be able to make the Android app very quickly. Okay, what time is it, guys? It's been an interesting day today. Today's been a different style of live streaming, but you know, every day is different. Here's me yawning right there. Yikes. Okay, it was weird because I'm not sure what happened, but like at some point in the stream today, I had this crazy like drop off. I have no idea what happened. We were like chilling, and then all of a sudden it went way down to like 5 people in like 5 minutes today. And I was wondering what had happened. Like, did I have ads going or something? Do you guys know what happened? Could you tell me what happened? Because I was wondering like what the heck, because then it was only like 10 minutes later, 5 minutes later, and then everybody was back. So I was like, well, there must have been an ad or something like that. I was just trying to understand what that was about, to be honest. MooCorp says that's when I went to the clinic. Those are all my MooCorp. You just have like a bunch of tabs open or something on your computer. A bunch of computers. It's never happened to me before, so I was shocked. I was like, what? It didn't make any sense to me. That's never happened. Where it just randomly like does that. I don't know. Whatever. Okay, so my agent's still over here coding away. I'm 26 minutes into this, and let me pull up Shepherd real quick. We're chilling today, guys. Anyone in this chat right now is a mad chiller, so thank you for hanging out. Appreciate it. Alright, so GitHub Shepherd CLI. I want to execute this agent has an update. So let me read this real quickly. This is from earlier before I got on the stream. I was messing around with I was messing around with the plan to make Shepherd a GUI interface. Short answer, yes, and the plan is already shaped for it. With one gap you'll need to close. Why works. The GUI in the plan is a thin client that holds the WebSocket and Shepherd. I wonder if I could use I wonder if I should use Socket.io for this too. I already have a Socket.io created, so let me ask the gap. The plan says the daemon listens to the loopback only remoteness SSH. That's why the find Mac. Okay, so I need either Tailscale to send some of the prompts over, or I need Cloudflare. This is going to connect my agents. This is going to connect my agents inside of Shepherd to the GUI, the like actual app on my Mac, and also to a website. So Cloudflare Tunnel is one of the tools that can do this. Securely connect origin servers, APIs, and services to cloud with post-quantum encrypted tunnels. This is one solution, and then the other solution that can do this is Tailscale. So for anyone who's getting lost on what I'm saying right now, this is basically just a way to send the information from this CLI into a website, so I could see what the agents are doing on a website. and I could load it into my phone, and like when I go do something, I could load this and see all these agents from my phone. So that's what something like Tailscale will let me do. And I want to implement something like this inside of Shepherd. Sobi CSII, I see your comments in the chat. I think you might be watching the stream slightly delayed, like not slightly delayed, but by like 20 minutes or something. You guys notice that? She's talking about something that I said like 20 minutes ago. It's very interesting. Or is that a guy? Either way, that Sob ZII. That's interesting. Okay. Okay, so let's go to Shepherd. Which Mac do you use to run Claude? I have the M2 MacBook Pro. What is the most useful lesson you learned from the projects you built from Lonnie Day? Most lessons I've learned? I think the coolest thing the coolest tool that I found out about would be Supabase and Vercel. I think Supabase and Vercel I like the most out of the tools I found. This is Supabase. It's a way to view your database. Postgres SQL database. And so yeah, I would recommend checking out Supabase if you're creating an application that needs a database. It's called Supabase. And then also I would recommend checking out Vercel. Oh my gosh. Soba ZZ's like, yeah, I'm 10 minutes off. That's funny. I think that's funny. I actually like that you're still putting comments in the chat even though it's 10 minutes off. That's the first time somebody's done that. And I also recognized it. That's funny. Yeah, so anyways, Supabase and your own relay. A small always-on server, both sides tail dial out to most work by far, but it's the only one that gets you the real. Let me ask 1 second this question, because I want to say Socket.io. Socket.io npm package. I think I might already have it open right here. Yeah, I do. I use this currently for sending information from the CLI to other places. I could have this WebSocket open up in a server that's always on to send information back and forth. But for some reason, I feel like this is way more limited than the Tailscale. So I think I might use the Tailscale, but I'm just wondering what's the limitations of Socket.io if I were to just run it consistently on a server. No, this is not gonna work for this. Tailscale is like a really complex thing. Yeah, I'm not even gonna ask this question. I already know the answer actually. What I want to do is I want to just whoa, how do I clear out this text? Because if I hit escape twice, it goes back. And that's usually how I clear the text. Hit escape again to clear. There we go. I did it. Just can't hit it too fast. Okay, so what I want to use is I do want to use tail scale in this plan. So can you please update the plan to use that specifically? Try Control G to paste longer text. Is that what it does? Let me try to copy a large piece of text and do that. Control G. Whoa. What? It opened up VS Code. Was that what it's supposed to do, or is that because the VS Code was open? Generate code. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. You recognize I'm a vibe coder. I do the vibe and I do the code. I do both. I like music too. And I do like coding. That is who I am. I'm just kidding. It's funny because I'm doing this. It's funny because I'm doing this app that's about increasing awareness of actions based in fear and love, and it's about feelings and stuff. And it's funny because I actually love music a lot, and I have a lot of playlists, but I can't play them on my live stream because they get copyrighted claimed every time I try to play my music. So it's a bummer because I have to use this like vibe coded playlist that I made, but it's all right, you know. I wish though I could play some of my music that I listen to when I'm in my car. You know, it's all right. It's all right. So this is what I would probably be doing if I got off the stream. I would be doing this anyway. So you guys are just seeing what I will be doing regardless. Did I try live streaming on other platforms? No, I haven't. I just do YouTube. I think I'm gonna start uploading more YouTube videos on here too, and shorts and stuff like that. I think I'm gonna do like shorts on TikTok and Instagram too, just for the heck of it. But I'm not that focused on doing short form content. I don't really like short form content that much. I like long form content. I like live streaming, and I may or may not do short form, but everybody keeps telling me that I need to do short form stuff. Like I need to clip my stuff and put it up there. Maybe someone can help me out. I need help like clipping some stuff. I'm not going to use AI to clip. I need real people. Real editors. But I'm not going to do it yet though. Soon. Soon I'll start clipping. A video about the tools you use would be great to see. How to use your notes tool and the manager. Nice. Thanks for the tips, actually. Thanks for the ideas to do. It's really helpful to get opinions from you guys about what videos you want to see, because sometimes it's hard to see myself from a third person perspective and see what because I know myself, right? So it's easy to brush over the things that someone else might be interested in seeing. Okay, so here we go. I need this information. Here it comes. The agent's finishing. What's up, Kylax? I can't wait to start working on the anime. It's gonna be so cool. Plan updated. I don't know why the Nightbot just did that. Why did Nightbot just do that? Nightbot just totally deleted the messages. Repetition? I think it's because repetition's enabled or something. Plan updated. Same file, same URL, less path, now 26 sessions and 14 figures. My week's going pretty good, actually. Yesterday's stream I really liked having. I don't know, I just felt super grateful for yesterday's stream. Today I've been half vibe coding, half talking about life and stuff like that. Remote access tail scale. Hold on one second, guys. So what I'm doing right now is I'm creating a new daemon, shepherd daemon, that runs in the background of my computer as this CLI is open. And what this background task is going to do, a daemon is just what they call a background task on a Mac, but it's a background task that is going to be running the agents and making sure that they're not getting it's basically a way to connect the GUI interface with the agents that are running in the background. And this I'm trying to read up on how this plan is going to be implemented, because I want to use this tail scale for securely connecting my agents into the cloud. Best VPN. Let me ask a quick question really to here. So I see that the SSH, it's still gonna be implemented in the plan, but I'm wondering how Tailscale replaces SSH. If you can explain exactly how Tailscale works in replacement of SSH. Yeah, because it's basically a different way to access your computer remotely, and I think this is how they're doing a lot of the agent, accessing agents on the phone and stuff like that. Does it cost a lot? Pricing. Plans that work for engineers, IT, security, and home users. I'm using Tailscale to connect my Mac OS Windows with RTX for rendering. Very safe, easy to use tool. Is it free or do you pay for it? ZTNA is use TwinGate instead of Tailscale. What's TwinGate? Thank you for the suggestions. Secure, performance, simplicity, pick 3. Twin Zero Trust Platform. I don't know why this keeps asking me for that. Let me do something really quickly because Tailscale was recommended to me, so let me just say something. What's the biggest competitor of this? Zero tier, Netbird, direct mesh, NPM. So there's a bunch of tools I can do this Tailscale thing does. Can you just give me the top companies that can do what Tailscale does, like have the most amount of market share in this for this specific tool? I don't know if the heavyweight in the market leaders is ZTNA, which is what someone just said that in the chat. Tailscale is based on a WireGuard protocol and makes it easy to set up. Direct cloud platform architectures. Cloudflare has their own competitor, which is Tunnel or something like that. Direct mesh VPN. This seems to be a very popular thing because a lot of people were talking about it right away. Short version: Tailscale replaces SSH tunnel, not SSH shell. In the original plan, SSH was doing unrelated jobs, and Tailscale only takes up over the first one job SSH was doing, be the network path, reach the daemon on the machine, run a command on the machine, install binary Tailscale up, start the daemon. Okay, so it's just a secure network path or something, like a VPN style thing. The daemon would bind to this, nothing else. So for another machine, there's no address to connect to. SSH answers both paths. That opens an encrypted TCP. Okay. I see. So it's just like a more secure way to connect to my computer, basically. Okay. So ZTNA is just basically just a better way to do it, to VPN. Okay, I just wanted to mention that I think I want the end user to be using Tailscale on their own, and just allow ZTNA capabilities inside of the GUI. Does that make sense? You know what I mean? Because I'm just trying to figure out exactly, because I want to be able to access my computer remotely, but I needed to do it just like securely, basically. That's all. But it has to work for everybody, not just me. And I don't want to have to pay the subscription for everybody. You know, everyone can have their own plans and stuff. This is just a capability within the GUI. Just adding the feature, you know what I mean? But not actually doing it behind the scenes for you. Because it was having Shepard manage the network, which I don't actually think I want that. I mean, I want that in some aspects, but I don't need that in all aspects. Hold up, 1 second. I need to go to the bathroom. Whoa. My stream just shut off. I need to go to the bathroom really quickly. 1 second. My shirt is like stuck on here. What the heck's up with that? XAI or XAI 1Password. All of them use Tailscale. Tailscale is enough. It's free. CTN. Oh, my display got messed up when I left. I need to restart this display capture. There we go. I think I'm gonna use Tailscale. That's what was recommended to me, so thank you for the recommendation, though. a zero trust identity based connectivity platform that replaces your legacy VPN, multi-cloud environments. To be honest, I don't think I need to implement this yet. Like, I definitely am going to implement that, but I don't think I need it just yet. What's up, Zulu? Okay, I need to update the plan. Just for now, let's no, see, this is not what I want. Okay, sorry, my plan is getting confused. Oh gosh, okay, let me explain what's happening. Okay, so just so you guys aren't lost what I'm doing right now, because I know Zulu just dropped into the chat. So what's happening is I'm creating Shepherd a graphical user interface so I can add features to the CLI, this CLI right here, which manages all the agents. Okay, so in the plan, was recommended to use Tailscale. Claude recommended it, so I looked it up. And then, you know, I was learning about ZTNA, which is the new VPN, basically. And as I'm looking at this, I'm realizing that I don't need to add this yet. I don't think at all. This was just a recommendation. I do need this eventually, but I don't think I need it right now while I'm coding this, just first version. So let me just make sure that let me just make sure this plan is reloaded and correct. Wait. Search. There we go. ZTNA. Remote access to ZTNA. Bring your own network. Shepherd ships no network. Does not install VPN. Does not run Delta. Does not issue certificates. This is not correct. Okay, so I need to read a lot about this actually. This is kind of some of the stuff I like to do when I'm off stream, just because it's kind of boring for me to read all this information. But sometimes gotta do what you gotta do. You guys see how this is working? So there's like a bridge. I have the TUI, I have the Shepherd app, and I have like whatever Chrome browser that accesses my Shepherd client basically on my machine. And currently it's saying that it would be your own VPN slash ZTNA. Which no reading needed per vibe. Hold up. I've never actually I've connected many things before without using this, so I'm just, what's interesting to me is, why do I need this? I don't feel like I need this, to be honest. It doesn't make sense to me. So let me just, I mean, I definitely feel like I would need to have a secure connection, but do I need this specifically to be operating in the way that it's operating? That's the question. So let me go into this agent. Is this necessary to have this tail scale? I feel like I feel that I'm curious, is it the proper tool to be using in this use case? Because I feel like there could be other tools that are out there that could do something similar, or to not even have it at all, to be honest. What happens if I not have it at all? Because why don't I just open up a WebSocket or something like that and send information across? I think I'm gonna have to do a lot of research on this before I actually implement this plan. So I need to take a break. I'm getting a little bit tired. I don't know if you guys can tell. I'm getting a little bit tired out. I've been kind of quiet recently, and I'm gonna do some research on this tail scale and whether or not it's the right implementation for what I'm trying to do. Because I'm trying to do something very specific here, and I just want to make sure it's implemented in the correct way too, not just implemented in the app to send and connect with a phone or this or that. I want to make sure that it's because one way could be me opening up a service for everybody to use, and then another way could be allowing you to use your own service within the actual app, right? And so it's something I need to read about in the plan, and make sure that Claude is also understanding what I want to create. And I've been streaming for about 5 hours already, so I think I'm gonna what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a break, and I stream every single day, so I'll be back here every single day at the same time. I'm gonna make sure to get some more food. I just ate a little bit and I'm kind of hungry. So thanks for hanging out with me, guys. I hope you have a good rest of your day today. And tomorrow I will come back with as much energy as I possibly can. So, see you later, guys. Zulu, everyone who's hanging out in the chat, thank you so much. I hope you, if you want to share what you're working on in Discord, just go ahead and drop in there. share what you're working on, and I always check it out and see how your guys' projects are going. So peace out, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.